All right, you're watching in the reruns if you're watching now. Give me a minute to get the other stream up, and we should be going momentarily. But anybody watching right now, you're in the weekend live. Now, I'm waiting for an audio check anyway. So, in a couple of minutes, we should be live. So, bear with us, and hopefully, we can have a enjoyable show. Happy Saturday to all you folks that are maybe tuning in. First day as a Bears fan, first day of the preseason. Crazy that the year is going by so fast. We're already talking football. Wow. But give me a second. I'll be on this in a minute. And certainly after I get myself a good audio check. So let me know if you guys have good audio and we'll get started momentarily. We're just about ready. I just need that audio check. What's up, Tim Kill 4832, Big T, OG Reload. Love that fucking name. Let me know if you guys can hear me though. OG Reload 88. I like that. That's a good name. And by the way, let me know if you guys got a good audio though. And I think I'm just about done here. Good audio. Hey now from Boston. Boston. Where'd you park the car? You guys got some very interesting accents out there in Boston. I was out there a few years ago, and I got pulled over by police driving a rental car. Got pulled over by police for running a red light, and I told him, where I was going, and he said, I think he said something about parking the car or something. The accent was so strong. I mean, this is a cop, so I normally will make jokes about some shit every now and then. That was not the time to do it, but he absolutely did have the cop that pulled me over had a strong Boston accent. And I just, got a chuckle when I heard it, but he was serious. He was obviously leaning in my car telling me about my moving violation. But yeah, that accent threw me off guard. I hadn't heard that live from anyone. I've seen it on TV. You ever see the movie The Town? That movie The Town, I think even what is the guy's name? Not Matt Damon. Ben Affleck tried to imitate a Boston accent, but good movie by the way. Really, really good action movie, The Town. Anyway, good evening, or better yet, good afternoon. It's a little early for this show, but good afternoon. It is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. You kind of see my screen going on in the background. I happen to be watching it's preseason. I mean, can you believe it? Football season is already around. So I'm a Chicago Bears fan, and today is their first preseason game. Wow. It's crazy that the whole summer is just about gone, and now we're talking football again. It just seems time goes by so fucking quick. I think as you get older, your life is just the same shit day in, day out, so the seasons go by. But anyway, we're going to cover just a whole week of, it's kind of like a weekend review. We do some of those shows, and today is going to be one of those type of days. Traveling from Michigan, says Kim. Love Michigan, been all over that state, all the way from the top up there, Escanaba. I mean, actually, what is that, Escanaba? All the way from Mackinac Island. Been all through that state. Michigan's a beautiful state. Think it'll stay blue in November. So we're doing a weekend political show, and of course we do have clips. But on the weekend shows, particularly in this type of forum, understand these are open forums, so the show can go anywhere some of you viewers may take it. We do have topics, but if there's other things you would like to, if you have questions, political questions, what's going on, you can feel free to ask the host that. I'll certainly tackle those. We don't block, ban, or censor. So no question politically oriented is off limits. Certainly if you're watching us on YouTube, your comments are amongst many. So if you send it in the form of a super chat, I don't care if it's 99 cents, it changes my screen color. 100% of those super chat comments do get read and responded to. But all the rest of the comments look the same and they blend in together. So if you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it. It can be free entertainment or it can be hellified and enjoyable no matter what. But in regards to weekend politics, I do want to talk to you guys about a few things that are going on. And you guys know how the show is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor. We are certainly always shall be, always has been, always shall be MAGA friendly. I get it can be challenging in the current environment, whether we're talking about the Iran war still ongoing, whether we're talking about the economy. I mean, there's a lot of promises made, promises not necessarily have been kept. So the MAGA side of the MAGA side of the aisle can be challenging, a bit challenging of sorts, but certainly we don't mind your politics, no matter what side of the aisle you're on. And you can be critical of anybody on this program, including yours truly. What do we say? Our comments go left of Abdul El Said to I'm having a dinner with Q. And man, Abdul El Said over there in Michigan has his work cut out for him. Not only, this guy is not a Democrat socialist, and we'll talk about Said if he comes up, but they're trying to pin him as a Democrat socialist. He's the one that's running for the Senate in Michigan. That guy's on record saying I'm a capitalist. So go figure. So I guess it's the time where we're now branding all Democrat candidates as socialists. But he's on record saying he's a capitalist. Probably his biggest downfall is being a Muslim. If you're LGBTQ, particularly trans, or you're a non-Christian, particularly Muslim, that's already strike one against you. And that's a huge strike. Being trans or gay or Muslim, we could throw in there being a woman or black if you want to really go into it. But being trans, Muslim, gay, you got your work cut out for you if you're running to be a national politician. You may be able to pull it off as a mayor like Mamdani or a city councilman or some of them lower positions where you're only dealing with the people in your area. But nationally, people want straight white Christian males. I'm just going to be honest with you. If you're not a straight white Christian male, you want to talk about white privilege, whether it exists or not. I'll tell you, in politics, it absolutely does exist. You absolutely want to be a straight white Christian male. It is certainly more advantageous having that on your resume alone than any of the outside groups. But there is a footnote. And I didn't come prepared to talk about this, but I am going to mention it now that it just came to my mind. There is disproportionately a large amount, this is potentially, it's not guaranteed, but there is a disproportionate amount of African-American gubernatorial candidates in this particular election that all are doing fairly well. It's very possible we could end up with at least 4 black governors simultaneously. Now, Westmore, where's Westmore at? In Maryland? Look like Keisha Lance Bottoms, the former mayor of Georgia or Atlanta, she's leading in the polls in Georgia. Byron Donalds down in Florida, Trump endorsed. He is leading in the polls in Florida. And there's one, I think the guy in Michigan. I mentioned I cannot think of her name. The one that was talking about getting rid of Thanksgiving and all of that other shit. She was running for governor of Michigan, Francesca Hong. She lost, but her Democrat primary adversary was a black man. So and he is leading in the polls in Michigan or Wisconsin. Yes, Wisconsin, not Michigan. My apologies. That's Gretchen Whitmer territory. No, and I don't know what's going on with the Michigan gubernatorial race, but Wisconsin, you're right. Crowley. So Crowley, Westmore, Keisha Lance Bottoms, and Byron Donalds, and there's 2 more that are not as popular in the polls. But fact is, it is a possibility we could end up having at least 4 black governors, at least 4. So. And by the way, for YouTube folks, I did catch the spammer. Spammer's gone. We normally advise against spamming, but when it is as egregious as what I just seen, we just throw the guy out. So the guy's been blocked. Okay, so getting on with the show, I do want you to hear before we get into taking callers and all of that other good stuff. There is some things that has been going on. Now, I think all of you folks have heard about the USS Abraham Lincoln. And what just sounds like chaos at sea. Now, the left side of the aisle is sympathizing with what the sailors are going through. The right side of the aisle is just like, well, this is part of being in the military, including President Trump.
Families worried about conditions on board the USS Abraham Lincoln. The aircraft carrier had its deployment extended earlier this year to support the war with Iran. Its sailors have now been at sea for more than 250 days and more than 200 days without a port call, breaking a record. Families have raised concerns about the serious mental toll the deployment is taking on the crew. And CNN has learned a sailor jumped from the ship earlier this month. The Navy says the USS George Washington carrier group is heading to the Middle East to relieve the Lincoln. Joining us now, Democratic Congressman Chris Deluzio, a Navy veteran and a member of the House Armed Services Committee. And Congressman, I want us to first listen again to what we heard from the president when he was boarding Air Force One this afternoon.
Listen to this.
Well, no, that ship is moving. No, they're not. That ship is moving right now, or very shortly, and it's being replaced with another very similar ship. No. Not nearly long enough.
Now, what she asked him, she's asking him about the USS Lincoln, and one where, you hear him saying that somebody's jumped overboard and they've been rationing out food and they've been at sea for 200 and some odd days with no port. Literally been on the ship, no port. So look, when you're in these deployments, I'm not Navy, but we've talked about this enough. You do get a chance to occasionally go to a port and step on dry land for a few days, have a beer, et cetera, et cetera. Things that help maintain morale. Being able to occasionally step on board every few months or weeks or whatever it is and have a beer with your folks off of the ship. Knowing kind of when you're going to go home helps, and having good food helps as well. They don't have any of that right now. They don't have any of that. The food has been rationed out a few times. They haven't stepped on dry land in quite a while, and they have no clue when they're going home. So the point being, their morale has been greatly reduced. The morale on this ship, and you hear President Trump when asked. Now, the reporter asked, has their deployment gone on for too long? Trump's response was not nearly enough. Why would he say that? Considering what's going on, why would President Trump say their deployment of 200 and some odd days with no port of call, they don't know when they're going? Why would he say that's not nearly long enough? I do want to hear from you folks, because remember, the Republican Party is the pro-law enforcement, pro-military party. How is any of that pro-military to say something like that? Wow. It's not been longer. I don't know what would make him say that. Hopefully I can get some of my beloved MAGA in here. I would love to hear your opinion on it. But what would make him say something like that? That just seems, I don't know, not as if you're either not reading the room, being cruel for the sake of being cruel. I don't know. But nevertheless, we will talk about that. And of course, speaking of President Trump and some of his statements, I got another one for you that I think is very interesting.
Well, President Trump also addressing Iran while in New York. The commander-in-chief floating the idea of making the Strait of Hormuz a U.S. territory.
Madeline Rivera joins us live from Washington, D.C. with more. Madeline?
Hi, good morning. President Trump says he did the right thing when it comes to the conflict. He says he won't apologize even as gas prices remain elevated, saying Iran is the #1 state sponsor of terror in the world. And then he made this comment regarding the Strait of Hormuz.
After we finish defeating Iran, which is being very badly defeated, pretty soon I'll be declaring the Hormuz Strait a territory of the United States. We have the blockade. No ships get through unless we want them to.
Why are they clapping for that? So we're going to go all the way over to the Middle East and declare a waterway, a passage of waterway, ours? So Iran is threatening the strait and threatening to charge taxes and all this other shit. So America goes over there and makes it a U.S. territory. You think America's going to let people pass through for free under the Trump administration. You think Trump is not going to seize on the opportunity to make cash from that? So I don't see how that's any better than Iran. I mean, we're going to, if we take over the Strait, Trump's going to do somewhere near the same thing Iran did, just on our behalf. So go figure with that. Also, another one I want to play before we start taking calls. And by the way, tap the screen, get the likes up to 10,000. You know how the program is ran. We take our first caller at 10,000, but tap the screen, get the likes up.
Getting breaking news here this afternoon. Luigi Mangione has now admitted to killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. He also changed his plea to guilty to 2 federal stalking charges. It is now the latest twist in a case that drew national attention. ABC's Armando Garcia has more from outside federal court in New York.
Ravi and Judy, Luigi Mangione walked into the court today wearing a beige jail outfit, stubble on his face. He told the judge he shot and killed Brian Thompson. Less than 2 years after the assassination-style killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in 2024, 28-year-old Luigi Mangione pleading guilty to federal.
Now, I don't want to get too deep into the case of Luigi Mangione, but I do want to ask you folks a few questions about it and see where your mindset is on this. How much time would you give him? He's pled guilty to committing an act of cold-blooded murder, in addition to stalking the guy. He hunted the guy down, stalked him. He had found out, about the guy's travels and where he would be, caught up to him and killed him. So how much time would you give Luigi Mangione? Mangione, I guess, is if I'm pronouncing it right. I'm just curious.
Good evening.
To know, because, like I said, he's pled guilty to it. And he will be sentenced in regards to that case in December. Now, he has a state case coming up starting next week or starting next month, but it might be tossed out due to double jeopardy because he's already pled guilty to murder. I don't know why. To the feds, he's pled guilty to murder. By the way, if you're going to be incarcerated, you'd rather be federally incarcerated than stateside. So that might be where Luigi Mangione's aim was, is to you want to go into a federal institution. You don't want to go into the state. That's where all the animals are. So we'll see. But how much time would you give Luigi Mangione? He's on video committing an act of cold-blooded murder. Now, I also would ask, do you think this kind of violence could become more commonplace? How do you feel about the fact that healthcare CEO Payas literally shot through the roof, dragging the cost of premiums, deductibles, and your insurance along with it? They make a lot more money at the top in these health insurance companies. And you, as a customer owning an insurance package, you pay a lot more for it. You pay a lot more for your health care than you did 10, 20, 30 years ago. And the CEO, the administrative branch of these companies, they make a lot more money than they did 10, 20, 30 years ago. So it might be safe to assume where a lot of your money is going, because they make a lot more money at the top than they did just a generation or two ago. So that is going to be our show. As always, you guys know this show can go any direction. Tap the screen, get the likes up to 10,000. We'll take the first caller there. We don't block, ban, or censor, as always. So look in the comment section. For these things must come to pass. Nothing is getting better before it gets a lot worse. President Trump disagrees with you, CS. He says we are currently in the Gilded Age. He says the economy is the best it's ever been in U.S. history. More folks are working now than ever before. So he does disagree with you. The president does. Handsome conservative, good afternoon. Give him life in prison without the chance of parole. That may happen. That absolutely may happen. We'll see. That may happen. Or good evening, or better yet, good afternoon, CBOG Kush. Is this the Center Left live stream? This is the live stream of your choice. This is where you get to decide what direction the live stream goes in based on your questions and your comments. This is free speech. We don't block, ban, or censor. This is completely free speech. You don't care. Trump can do anything and you don't care, says Gary. He's certainly been doing what he wants to do. He's not getting life because he took a plea deal. Chris, I think he took a plea deal to avoid death. I don't know. You said he's not getting life because he took a plea deal. I thought the plea deal was to avoid getting death. Okay, all right, fair enough. I don't know. I think he can still get life. That ain't the way I heard it, though. Somebody let me know. You are out of your mind, says Damon Jones. You're talking about our government. They want to let you near the front door where you, huh? Let me read this again. You are talking about our government. They want let you near the front door. Where do you people come from with that? Our government, our military. You are crazy, bro. Somewhere along that grammatical mess, I think you're trying to deliver a point and an insult. Damon, I'll give you plenty of time to retype that, clear up the grammatical errors. Feel free to use a period or comma occasionally. We don't block banner censor, so you can insult, but we do require you speak the native language. So help us out. We'll clear it up. Trump is the most corrupt president ever, says Don Jackson. Wow. Tap the screen, get us up to 10,000. We'll take the first caller. Joseph Cello says, fuck Trump. And he's MAGA, ignorant cult members. Yikes. Murder is bad news, Kyler. I agree with you. Miss MJSVMR says Uncle Ruckus. All right. You don't care. Cheetos take somebody else's ideas. Okay. You guys are crazy. Dude insulted himself with bad grammar, says Debo. Yeah, I don't know what he was trying to do. He can type it over. We're not going to block him, no. He can type it over. Trump is the greatest man on earth. He never lies and never cheats. He's always right. That's nothing you can do about it. Haters are just jealous of Trump's success. Well, listen, that's a hell of an accolade you gave the president, by the way. He never lies. He never cheats. He always does that. You know, I do have the Trump was right about everything hat. I haven't held it up in a while because he's been wrong about a lot of things. But if he was as great as you're saying, I would give him credit for it. I think you're greatly overstating it. In fact, I don't think there's a human being on earth that meets the accolades you just gave Trump. I don't think anyone is right about everything, never lies, never cheats, always right. I mean, God damn, put the dick down. He's about to come. In the comments, Trump rules, Trump trolls the delusional Democrats. So he says, Democrats, socialist bottom feeders lacking class and dignity. David Drummer, you're on a roll. Let me go to the box. Are we at 10,000? Need you guys to tap the screen, get the likes up, and in the comments here, they're clapping because they're morons, says Kelbrew on Instagram. Yeah, I don't know why anybody would clap for President Trump threatening to take the Strait of Hormuz. Us taking the Strait of Hormuz and making it a U.S. territory means that we will have to maintain a military presence in basically right there on the Iranian border indefinitely. So anybody that's working in that area just is constantly at risk of having pot shots taken at them and things like that. It would be just like Israel, where they put Israel in an area that was hostile to them, and Israel is always subject to somebody taking pot shots at them. And then, of course, the occasional October 7th or whatever. But I mean, you're always going to get people firing up on you because you're in the wrong area. You're in an area where people don't like you doing things that you know they don't like. I mean, we would always occasionally have a flare-up costing the lives of some U.S. service personnel. That it would be happening just like with Israel, probably going forward, always. It would never end. But that's not something that Trump, his children, his grandchildren, or any of them would be subject to. The only thing that Trump is going to be subject to and his family is going to be subjected to is the proceeds and wealth coming from owning the Strait of Hormuz. So for them, there's only upside to it. I can totally understand why he may favor that because he has no skin in the game. He's just going to make money off of it. It's going to be somebody else's kid coming home in a box. Any move Trump makes is wrong to you clowns. What a joke. Gen X, I would also submit the opposing theory to that. Any move Trump makes is always right to you, no matter what it is. So you're suggesting that there are folks out there that will not give Trump credit for anything. And I'm going to submit to you, you're the type that gives Trump credit for everything, no matter what it may be. So, I mean, before we know it, you guys are going to be celebrating him not releasing the Epstein files. Some kind of way, it was great for America that he chose not to release it. You guys are going to be on that side of the house. So I don't know. Looking in the comments, MAGA cult members, just like Trump, are deplorables. Shout out to Hillary Clinton. He says, vermin, idiots, uneducated, ignorant, and of course, racist. Yikes. Yikes. So, getting to the show, I do want to get up to the 10,000. We'll take the first call. I think we're approaching that level now. We'll go straight to Gangsta Grandma. Good evening, good afternoon, rather, Gangsta Grandma. How's it going? If it brings her up, don't know if it brought her up or not. Let me make sure I am on my Wi-Fi so we don't screw up. Didn't bring her up. We'll go straight to Twisted, though. Tap the screen, get the lights on up to... Thank you. Twisted Sonic. Good evening, Twisted.
Hey, man.
Or afternoon. I'm going to be saying that all day. Not much at all. Now, have you heard about this Navy ship where people are threatening, or not threatening, but actually jumping overboard, and it sounds like chaos at sea? Have you heard about this?
Yeah, man, that is crazy. That is absolutely insane.
Trump says the deployment is not long enough. What say you?
Well, Trump is a moron. Trump is an idiot.
He's our president.
You know?
He's our president.
Well, yeah, but I was hoping that when he was going to sneak off the Air Force One, I was hoping that they were just going to pack him into the freezer like a sausage. Just
what the fuck? What
just
the hell?
Squeeze him in there. I just wanted him to freeze his ass off. So what? I did.
I mean, did you hate him that much?
Yes.
Let me just for the audience at home. Why do you quote unquote hate President Trump? What would make you hate the guy?
Because he only thinks about himself. He doesn't care nothing for America. He has lost his favorite concubine, so she is leaving.
What the hell? So, wait. Concubine. And thank you, Travelman, for the support. Appreciate that, Travelman. What are you talking about? He lost his favorite concubine. What the hell are you talking about?
Well, did you not hear?
Carolyn Leavitt is out. Why do you think she left all of a sudden? You think it has anything to do with being used as a guinea pig on Air Force One?
Yes. Exactly. Yep.
That's crazy that he would do that. Whoa! Ginger! Appreciate that, Ginger Wilkins. I haven't seen that before. Sleepy Tater, thank you. So, why do you think, okay, listen, if he received a suggestion from the Secret Service, CIA, or wherever he may have gotten that military intelligence that there was a credible threat to Air Force One, why do you think they would whisk him off and leave other valuable people like Carolyn Leavitt on the plane and send it on that same route for it to possibly be threatened? Why do you think Trump wouldn't stop that?
It's because Trump only has one narrow view. This man is sick. He only thinks about just himself. It's the same statement that Stick made the other time when he was up here on your other live just a few couple days ago. This man only thinks about himself, man. This is what MAGA is. They just don't care, man.
And in the comments, Gen X says, here we go, she left to care for her children, joke. Then why the hell did he leave her on the plane? I mean, let's say you're right that she genuinely left to care for her children. Why didn't he show more care for her? I don't get that.
Same here. Like, I don't know why he would leave him on there, and then he, I guess he was just thinking, well, everybody is expendable, so I will just take Mr. Hennessy like with me, so I will just take him, and that's it. Like, what about these other people's lives? Like, a president is supposed to be thinking about the nation.
Bro, and in the comments, Mike the boss says she was not on the plane. So apparently we're getting that in there. Who was on that plane though? I mean, the plane did fly with people on it.
It was Steve Banning, but the dude talks like he's Mr. Burns, so
oh shit! Travelman says Marco Rubio. That's even worse. That's even fucking worse.
Oh Marco, he was there. Steve Banning. It was
VIPs, a bunch of VIPs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
so it was it was all of them now. So what is the difference though? And as I said, and it was the press of the people from like NBC, like news and other news of the casters that like and all of that.
So and you believe that? Let me ask it to you this way: do you believe Trump knew they were left on the plane?
Yes, he doesn't care, man. That's why they sneaked them off, because he knows that Iran is after him, and I'm hoping that they packed his ass into the cooler. I hope his fingers got frostbite. I hope he freezes.
None of that happened. You're wishful thinking. Whoa! Yes. Thank you. Who said that shit? Thank you, whoever just sent that. Well, none of that happened, Michael. Appreciate that spin, Sil. None of that happened. But I do have to wonder, like, okay, you're on the plane, Mr. President, and several VIPs are on it. When they whisked you off, did you question whether or not they whisked all of those? Because they were not in the cooler with you, and they were not on the military aircraft you did get on. Did you even? I mean, did you think he even asked? Like, did you get them out?
I don't even think he really even cared to ask or to really like find out though. He was just thinking, well, I am so scared. My diapers are getting wet. I need to get off the airplane.
He don't wear diapers.
Yes, he does. He does wear diapers, man.
Where's the evidence?
Here.
I'm going to ask you the same thing I often ask MAGA when they say Trump won the 2020 election. Where's the evidence he wears diapers? He doesn't wear diapers. Where's the evidence?
I don't know, but I got a song here that you might want to listen to, and this is the whole point why this man is scared.
What are you talking about?
Are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
All right. Here we go. It's the level they've known all along. The enemy was always you. The real threat war recruiting song, a patriotic song, are selling their own citizens and calling it strong. Stealing from your own people, making them bleed, taking tax dollars just to fund your own greed. They waking up to the lies, the illusions of birth. You screamed America first, now you put Lucis.
All right, cut it. Cut it. I've actually I know the that's from whatever his name is, the Lego video guy. I know the song, and it does ring. It does make you wonder. But the reason why I said cut it, because they'll copyright. I think that individual uses copyright, so having his clips from my stuff will get a copyright strike. But the point is, based on that song and that, the Iranian propaganda those videos released, it shows they know about the low morale with the USS Abraham Lincoln. They know what's going on here. They know in our country that Trump Iran war is not popular. They know he doesn't have the he doesn't have the backing of the U.S. citizenry for what he's done.
Right. And the thing is, though, we are losing this war so badly, and we are extremely weak. Like, it is so bad, and it is crazy that we actually got our own militarily people that are actually jumping ship, man. Even it is really sad that our soldiers are not happy with this war. They do not like this president, and they are just jumping ship like crazy.
I talked to a father of a military son. I don't think he's in the Navy, but he's in one of the other branches. A friend of mine, he's MAGA, and he was just like, "This ain't no big deal." He said there's a certain percentage of U.S. service personnel that take their lives under every administration. He's like, "Okay, so one person couldn't handle it, and he jumped off the ship. No big deal." I mean, he made it sound like it's nothing to get alarmed about, and folks are just bringing it up because they want to bash President Trump.
I don't know. I would like to hear opinions from Travelman, because the things that he is saying, and it's the stuff though that, like, hearing from what Mike knows, I would like to hear their their like point of
we can make that happen. We'll go ahead and wrap it up. We can certainly make that happen. Thanks for coming through, Twisted, as always. I appreciate your support. Thank you.
All right, man.
Good talk.
Take care.
You too. All right, real quick before we do go on to the next caller, in the comments here, what does that say? Travelman says, if he hasn't served on an aircraft carrier, he needs to shut the fuck up. Well, he's now leading one. He's now leading them all, brother, leading the entire military as a whole. And he says the deployment has not been long enough. I do want to run this by again before we take the next caller, because I think it's worthy of pointing out. This is President Trump. In regards
the Navy says the USS George Washington carrier group is heading to the Middle East to relieve the Lincoln. Joining us now, Democratic Congressman Chris Deluzio, a Navy veteran and a member of the House Armed Services Committee. And Congressman, I want us to first listen again to what we heard from the president when he was boarding Air Force One this afternoon.
Well, no, that ship is moving. No, they're not. That ship is moving right now, or very shortly, and it's being replaced with another very similar ship. No. Not nearly long enough.
He said that the deployment of the USS Lincoln is not going on nearly long enough. Wow, if you're on that ship and, you've sworn allegiance to this country and the president, the commander in chief, to hear your president say something like that, man, that's gotta take a toll on you. Let me go to the box. The one and only Travelman. Travelman, good evening or good afternoon. Welcome to the program.
Tim. What we are witnessing right now is a freaking embarrassment. It's a total embarrassment. They're lying. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. That goes for that punk ass SecDef we got in for Commander Bonespur. What the hell he mean the ship is moving? The ship is constantly freaking moving. Okay? You have to be going a certain amount of knots, and the ship have to be faced in a certain direction in order to do flight ops and in order to do recoveries. Okay? And they also lying because when the George Washington pulled out of Yokosuka, they did not pull out to go relieve the Abraham Lincoln. They pulled out on their deployment because Commander Bonespurs and the SecDef have fucked this up so bad, they got to pull them out of the Pacific. So now there isn't a carrier in the Pacific. See?
So which is closer to us. I mean, so in other words, let's say, for instance, China started acting up. There's nobody in that region.
No, we always have a carrier in the Pacific, and we always have one in the Mediterranean. And sometimes things kick off, and they end up in the same place sometimes, but not often. Very rarely do we not have a carrier in the Pacific. Very rarely, you know.
Is this public knowledge? How do you know that?
Because I was on the aircraft carrier.
No, I mean, but how do you know there's not? I mean, we have, what, 11, 13 of these things? How do you know there's not another one over
We have
there?
11 carriers, Tim, and they're not. There's not a carrier. George Washington is home ported in Yokosuka. Okay, so normally when they're in port, then you have a carrier coming out of San Diego. See. The Abraham Lincoln, a normal Abraham Lincoln deployment is a WestPac, what we call a WestPac. They would be in the Pacific. That's their normal AOR, is the Pacific, not over in the damn Persian Gulf or whatever. They may go up in there for a couple of weeks or whatever and then roll back out again. That's the normal rotation. And then if the GW is out there, then another ship is in their training cycle getting ready for deployment.
So we got all these carriers. How many of them do we have in the Iranian region?
We got the Abraham Lincoln. I think we only got that.
If you're saying we how many carriers total did you say we have?
We have 11.
Where are they all at?
Well, you got the Ford is in the yard for the 18 months. You probably got I'm not gonna say the Rosa, but one of the nukes is at Newport News going through their refueling. Okay, you got 2, 3 out there now, so that's 5. So you got matter of fact, I know it's at least one in Norfolk right now, because I saw it when I was going going over in Norfolk there last week. Is one you always so 11 is not enough for what we have right now.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is. If I'm saying it may be one in the Pacific, I mean that's still. I mean, because
but I'm just talking on the East Coast, okay? But then you go over to the West Coast. You got another carrier that's probably in the yards doing maybe not as long as the Ford, but just came back off of deployment. They probably in the yards. You got another one that might be going through one or two that might be going through workups. So they're in the rotation. Every carrier has a rotation that they go through.
So how long, now these folks on the Abraham Lincoln, whenever they get relieved and come, how long do you typically get off after what they've been through? How long will they get a gap?
Let me tell you what's going to happen, okay? Once they get relieved, they call what we call cross deck. And that's when the flag will leave off the Lincoln, move over to the Washington start transiting back home. Okay. Once they get back alongside the pier, which is going to be a great homecoming. Nobody does a homecoming like the Navy. Okay. They've been going 250 days. It's going to be probably 15, 20,000 people out there.
Wow.
Okay. They would sit alongside the pier, what we call a stand down, right? The stand down usually lasts 30 days. And that's when people going to leave or whatever they're going to do. Okay. You still if you're not on leave, you still go to work. Okay. You might get a day off here and there, or, take off early, things of that nature. Right. And then after they alongside the pier, once the stand down is over, then they will go into the yards for the repairs that they go in, that every carrier goes into after a cruise.
So while it's in the yard, that full complement, all the several thousand in this on it, they're still on board.
Yeah, the ship's company is about 2,000, maybe 2,000, 2,500 is ship's company. See, when they say 5,000 people on there, half of that is the air wing. Okay. So once the ship pulls in, the day before they'll fly all the planes off. The ship pull in, the air wing. Well, they're in San Diego, so they will probably they'll go back to their bases. They go back to the air station wherever they are. They might have somebody out of Yuma. They might have somebody out of the air stations down in San Diego or whatever. They'll go back. So the actual crew, what we call ship's company, may be between 2,000 and 2,500. They will still be on the ship. Okay, but when the ship is in alongside the pier or in the yard, it's just like a regular job. Then You just go to, you be at work at 7 o'clock, you get off at 3 or whatever. It's a regular job.
And you can go and be with your woman and all that stuff.
Yeah, all that. Then, but you got the junior enlisted guys, the E1s, E2s, E3. They have to stay on the ship. Okay, they sleep on the ship. They live on the ship, even when it's in the yards like that. The only time they move them off the ship is when they go in for an extended yard period. Then they'll move them off the ship and they'll either bring a floating barracks over by the carrier or they'll move them to barracks on the base. Okay.
So how long before the Abraham Lincoln is back in the Middle East?
Well, it depends because they've been out for so long. They may go into a yard period like the Ford is going into right now. They might be in the yards for about a year to 18 months because of the wear and tear that goes on the ship. That, and also while it goes in, they'll do some upgrades to whatever new equipment.
So if you belong, if that's where you are at on the Abraham Lincoln, then you're out of that region now. Once they leave, you don't have to worry about going back for 2 years or a year or whatever the case may be.
About a year and a half actually. Because if they go, so if they get back, and then let's say if they go into the yards for a year, right? So when they come out the yards, it's on. Okay, you come out the yards, you go to carrier quals. That's for the pilots and stuff. That's usually you pull out twice, usually for about a couple of weeks at a time. And then once you finish the carrier quals, then you go into what we call workups. Where the workups, carrier quals is part of the workups.
Right.
Once we finish the carrier quals, then you go into your training. On the East Coast, we call it Gitmo. And that's where you go down and you do your general quarters and they throw everything at the ship, and all stuff, and you train.
How do you think they would react because somebody in the comments said Trump better never step foot on that carrier? How do you don't think they would do anything unprofessional like boo or anything? If Trump,
no. Right. No, they treat him. They would treat him with respect. See, what a lot of people don't realize is when you on board the carrier, even under normal circumstances, right? Like I said, like we talked about the other day, you work 12 hours a day. Okay? So
they've been working 12 on, 12 off for the last 200 and some days.
For the last 200 days, Tim.
Jesus.
Only time, and because of the operational tempo, I would imagine they probably even haven't had, sometimes we have what we call a Steel Beach picnic. Okay? Steel Beach picnic is when they move a lot of the planes down to the hangar bay. They bring up the grill, barbecue grills and stuff. And, we got musicians, guys got bands on the ship and they, set the bands up and stuff. And guys, just like you at the beach,
right.
Except you on the ship, When we went through the Suez Canal, we did a Steel Beach picnic. We went through the Suez Canal. But we always had a fighter jet. We always had like a F-18 sitting in the catapult in case something, what we need to get through and boom, we gone. But now the really stressful part of it is the guys that work down in like the engine room. Mm-hmm. Okay. Those guys maybe see daylight if they come up during the 12, they come up to eat. They probably see daylight for 20, 30 minutes a day. That's it. And the rest of the time is spent down there.
So that's almost like being on a sub.
Yeah, because you down in the bottom of the ship, Now the thing they've been talking about, everybody talking about, the toilets backing up and all this, that. I think we talked about that the other day. I told you that on a cruise, a carrier is just a city. It's a floating city. Right. So you're gonna have clogged toilets, you're gonna have leaky showers, you're gonna have stuff like that. That's why they have a division on the ship, and like I said the other day, that is totally devoted to the living conditions on the ship. That's what the AC.
So in other words, is the Trump administration getting thrown under the bus for basically something that is just normal part of naval operations? Like you said, ships back up. Shit backs up. It's a floating city. Are folks giving Trump way more criticism than he deserves on this?
No, they're not giving him enough. We're watching leadership malpractice going on right now.
In what way?
Because there's no way in the Sam hell. We just had one carrier that just finished 320 days deployed. Now we got another carrier that's been deployed over 230 days with about 220 consecutive. That's bad leadership. That's bad planning. Why has there not been a ship that it should have been somebody relieving them at least 2 to 3 months ago?
Wow.
At least 2 to 3 months ago. It's bad leadership, it's bad planning, and as a result of that, you're gonna have a lot of guys come out of this, and it's gonna be some guys come out of there, and they're gonna be going to the VA, and they're gonna end up with some kind of disability rating because of the fast pace. It's very stressful. It's fast paced, and it's wearing on your body.
Yeah. Troubleman, unfortunately, I got to move. Yeah.
Some stuff coming out there. Besides the high.
Yeah, I got to move it on from because your signal's breaking up.
Besides the high divorce rate and the low retention.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. All right. But thanks.
All right, Tim.
Certainly look forward to talking to you about more of this in the future. All right. Tap the screen, folks. Get the lights on up to 25,000, if you will. In the comments, Randall says you cannot deploy the military if you were never in the military because you don't know the mental fatigue. Well, that's not true. I was never in the military. Had Bin Laden killed. So he obviously deployed the Bin Laden. I mean, Obama was never in the military. And it was Jimmy, I think he was in the military. Reagan wasn't in the military, was I? know George H.W. was because he got shot down. George W., I believe he was as well. Bill Clinton also was not in the military, was he? So, I mean, that's not a requirement to serve as commander-in-chief. You don't have to be in the military. I'm torn on it. I understand some folks believe you shouldn't be able to be president unless you were in the military. I'm torn on it because obviously you will take deployment of the military more seriously if you're for military. However, you might be less hawkish if you're not military. I don't know. I'm torn on it because as the military budget continues to just grow astronomically large, I do believe we give too much of our, I want to say GDP or too much of our taxpayer dollars to the military. Now, this is where the liberal in me comes out. I think we spend a lot of money on operations that are unnecessary. This Iran war being one of them, followed by the Iraq war and Afghanistan. I just think that's a lot of money that could be, that the American people could be better served by spending instead of all of this shit we're doing in the Middle East. I don't look back at the Iraq war and say, damn, we're really better off that George Bush went over there. I mean, think about how much money was spent in Iraq. That was completely optional. Think about how that money could have helped out the average American. Whether any program, you pick it, any program stateside. It don't have to just be entitlements. It could be bridges and roads and shit. Just think about how much that money could have done, what good it could have done for us stateside. That was completely optional. So I don't know. I mean, when it comes to military, because some folks that served are hawkish, others are more conservative. So it doesn't, it kind of goes either way. And for some reason, TikTok seems to be skipping. If I have to, I'll reset it. I'll try the next caller. If it does this again, I'll reset it. We'll go to Mike the Boss and see if we can make the conversation happen. I don't know why I started skipping all of a sudden. In the comments, send Barron Trump. Now he's got skin in the game. Maybe he would worry about their well-being. Yeah. The war would end if we had to send Trump's children or anybody from the Trump family. Mike, good evening.
What up, Tim?
Not much at all. Good to have you on. So 250 days at sea, not nearly long enough, says our commander-in-chief. What say you?
I'm not surprised. He doesn't respect military. He's told us this himself, right? He's called them suckers, and he's been very disrespectful ever since he came down the escalator. John McCain, when Arlington Cemetery. So are we surprised that they don't get He doesn't give a shit about the military.
Why would he not? And you're saying I don't know if he cares about the military now. I don't want to jump to the claim he doesn't give a shit about the military, but his statements are certainly insensitive. Why would a president not care about his own military though?
Well, he told you why. He called them suckers. Right? He called them suckers for going in. Why would they do it? Right? You remember that?
Yeah.
You remember those comments?
Suckers and losers. He was at the cemetery. Yeah. I don't understand that.
Can you ever can you honestly say if anybody calls someone suckers and losers at any level, why would you expect them to care about you?
Yeah. Well, I mean, folks oftentimes join the military because it's the best employment option they have available. A lot of folks who joined the military were poor before they joined. I mean, they're not suckers, and well, I guess you could say they're losing in terms of they were born without the silver spoon in their mouths. But that just seems like a harsh statement to make.
Yeah, I mean, well, shit. I mean, but he made it. He made it. He made the one about John McCain. He didn't consider him a hero. You remember?
Yeah.
He likes his heroes not to be captured. You remember that shit that he said?
So then I have to ask this question, because when the Democrats talk about crazy shit like defunding the police or getting rid of ICE and all of this stuff, abolishing the Pentagon, why do the Democrats get held accountable for radical statements? But it does not seem to be the same certainly for Trump, if not the Republican Party, because yeah, some of this stuff is pretty damn radical, and Trump's able to get away with it. How is that?
Cults. It's just cultish behavior. It's the same behavior. It's the same cultish behavior. That's all. Nothing's changed, Tim. Listen. Now, by the way, just for there's what 150. I told you that this shit was worse than it was months ago. You remember? You and I had this conversation.
I recall you said something of the sorts. And by the way, folks, if you're watching on YouTube, I need you guys to smash that like button. It helps out the algorithm. It does bring in more MAGA. We want to hear from some MAGA, and certainly on TikTok as well. Get us up to 30,000. Tap the screen and help people out with the hat and mustache TikTok cap goal. So I'm going to ask you this, Mike. Do you think it's going to get worse than where we're at now?
Yes.
In what way?
Well, Iran is not going to pivot. Why would they pivot at this point?
What if they don't? Okay, I agree with you. Iran is not likely to pivot, but how do you think Trump's going to respond if they maintain their stoic stance?
He's already doing it. He's trying to convince listen, he's done 3 things in the last 7 days. I want you to pay attention. He just did it yesterday. He's trying to convince everyone that everything's good. You're going to pay a little bit more for gas, but it's all worth it. And these motherfuckers stood there and clapped. So they're back to the rhetoric. Now they're doing the transgender thing all over again with Royce White, who was a Republican, ran for Senate in Minnesota. Now he's trying to join the WNBA. They're back to the fear-mongering cycle. And then the third thing he did, and I don't know if you heard this, he said, well, his base is mad at Republicans. They ain't mad at him. So now he's separating himself from the party. You heard that, right?
Yeah, it's working, though. It's true.
But it's only working with his base, Tim, and that's not enough. You look at the poll. Do you think, you got to remember, all this won in the landslide, all that shit, which we said was bullshit, the numbers were close in the last election. All the gains he made with those minority groups, he's lost and some.
Yeah.
Period. Right?
I don't think his base, I'm talking to my beloved MAGA, I don't think they agree that when it comes to minorities and Hispanics, they don't seem to believe that Trump has lost those folks.
They don't believe nothing. I'm not talking about them sycophant lunatics. I'm not talking about them crazy motherfuckers. You're not going to change their mind about nothing. They weren't the deciding factor in the election. And let's be clear. Do you think he has more MAGAs? Do you think they've created new MAGAs or less in the last 2 years?
Definitely. Well, I won't say in the last 2 years. I will say probably since the war broke out. I don't think Trump was doing that bad in the eyes of MAGA, in the eyes of Republicans even, until the war broke. In fact, he was doing a good job because they favored what ICE was doing. But then again, there are some MAGA that left because of ICE, because some of them were related to him. Some of them were friends with the folks that ICE was kicked out. So ICE also probably cost Trump some MAGA, but the war in Epstein probably has been what hit him the hardest.
So let me ask you this, and I agree with you. If you take the percentage of people that don't support him anymore, just from his MAGA base, right? I'm not saying it's a 30-40%, but I bet you it's 5 to 10.
I think it's greater than that because
okay, so it's greater than that. I mean, but listen, so just the 5 to 10%, you know that Hispanics aren't going to vote him at the same clip. You know, black people aren't supporting him at the same clip. So he's lost all the gains that he had, and he's lost a lot of his base. And let me say this: I'm going to stay very conservative when I say the percentage. 10% of his base would be enough for him not to just win the election on his face. Just to
I got it. But let me ask you this, because you would be the perfect person, and I can't even find my damn spectacles to make sure I give this question justice. This is coming from, and I'll let you continue with your other point, but before we do, and by the way, tap the screen, folks, get us up to 30,000. This question is coming from Fort Choppin. It's a good question. He says, I have one simple question for haters. What has Donald Trump done to you personally that has made your daily life take a turn for the worse? Please be specific. Now, before you answer that, you could probably ask him the same question. What has he done to make your life take a turn for the better as well? But take a turn for the worse. Mike, you're on.
Consumer goods are up, which means day-to-day groceries are up, which means commodities are up. So that affects everybody day to day. That affects me personally in my business and personally every single day. So there's that part. I mean, it's such a stupid ass question to ask us when, like you said, we should be asking that person. If you voted for Trump, what have you received tangible since he's been in office? The bottom line is zero. Nothing is cheaper. Nothing. So you pose the question to people that voted against this, and then you want us to give in. By the way, I can continue. I can keep going. Ask somebody that's health premiums have gone up. Ask people that have lost access to health facilities and health care because of the big beautiful bill. Hospitals are closing.
Yeah. And I got one of the viewers in the comments. Dwight Davis says, I'm laughing just to say this, but he says stuff was up with Biden.
Yeah, and it was the reason why y'all didn't want Biden.
Right.
I literally don't understand why that argument. You divorce your wife because she ain't fucking you, and you get with somebody new when she's fucking you less. And you have the nerve to talk about your first wife? I mean, you motherfuckers is crazy. I don't understand your logic.
Yeah.
The logic makes no sense.
Yeah.
Whatsoever.
I'll just say this, and I see some of you folks had let me know the Clapper app went down. It should be back up. I'll just say this. Whether Trump succeeds or not is going to be judged on President Trump. He's halfway through his second term. Bringing up what happened during the Biden administration is not going to be relevant. Trump made a series of campaign promises, groceries, wars, bringing down energy costs, bringing down the price of rent. Either he succeeds or he doesn't. He's not going to be judged on, but Biden was worse. That's just, and I understand that right now it's coming up because that's mostly all that MAGA has. Is because Trump is not meeting his campaign promises. So as opposed to having our voting brothers and sisters bash Trump, let's remind them of how bad it was under Biden. Because you don't have a lot to celebrate under Trump, but that's not going to help him going forward. They seem to think that.
Yeah, it's you know what? It's the delusion of it all, right? It's the idea that you could stand up. Think about this, Tim. You could stand up, attack the Capitol because you thought something was taken from you because the Biden administration was so bad, you wanted to revolt against the nation up to and including unaliving Mike Pence. Right?
But they're going to say that was just talk.
Yeah, I know they can say that, but they're the ones that had the gallows out there, not us.
Yeah.
But you do all
Hold on, let me ask you this. Let's just say, for instance, when they're going through the halls of the Capitol building, yelling Nancy and 1776, what do you, if they had actually caught up to Mike Pence, do you, at scale of 1 to 10, 10 being they would have basically took his life, how likely do you believe they would have actually harmed Mike Pence if MAGA on January 6th had caught up to him?
10.
10.
Well, and let me ask you this. We watched it unfold. Would you, if they were looking for you on that day, Tim, what number would you have given it if it were you they were looking for?
God damn it, I'm black. That's a big difference. I'm not Mike Pence. I'm not Mike Pence.
Listen, look, we all sat there and watched him hunting Mike Pence. Mike Pence and then turned down that staircase with his wife and daughter and run the fuck out of there thinking that nothing was going to happen to him. They thought it was a real threat too. So let's just call it what it is. The bottom line, Tim, I'm going to get back to these sycophants. It was so bad for 4 years, you should be outraged. Not only is it worse, you were played. And they still want to stand 10 toes down like this is what they voted for. And if it is what you voted for, then you are the racist piece of shit I've always said you were. But you can't have it any other way. You cannot have it any other way. Either you're with this or you're not. But you can't say, I don't want to hear about Biden is gone. Biden has cancer. We don't know how much time Biden got left. Kamala not here. All the things.
Did we lose you, Mike? Are you there?
Everything you wanted. I'm here. My phone rang. You got the House, the Senate, the Supreme Court. You got everything you wanted. What are we talking about? What else do you want? You got everything you wanted.
Well,
and it ain't no better. It's worse.
I hear your point, but yeah, like I said, a lot of Trump's campaign promises have not been realized. So the constant mentioning of Biden is a saving grace because we have to make sure that as opposed to folks going back to the Democrats because of Trump's shortcomings, we need to remind them of how bad the Democrat Party were, how bad the Democrats are going to destroy this country with immigrants and gender mutilation and letting women terminate children up to the date of birth. So that's why they're bringing up the Democrats, because they want you to understand, even though you may not be getting everything you want from Trump, the Democrats are going to destroy this great nation. That's the point they're trying to make.
Oh, I know. And they're failing at it miserably. And if the people that continue to follow, listen, they're not going nowhere. You know, the Gen X's and the Cedrics and the MAGA reacts and the Julios and all them crazy motherfuckers, they're not going nowhere. They're not going anywhere, and that's cool. Stay over there. But what they are realizing, and the words out of Donald Trump's own mouth are showing you, his base is mad at the Republicans. They're not mad at him. Right?
Say that again.
Donald Trump said his base, they're not mad at him. They're mad at the Republicans. He's literally separated himself from the Republican Party, and you watched him follow him. You watched him repeat what he says. There's no substance to it whatsoever. I'm going to tell you this last thing before you let me go.
Okay.
I told you months ago that those people in rural America, those Trump supporters in rural America that were for deportation, and those farmers and people from the hospitality industry and the agricultural industry, yeah, they were for that shit until it started hurting their bank accounts, until it started hurting their lives. They are absolutely feeling this shit right now. And if you ask a lot of them now, maybe not all of them, but a lot of them, would you rather have the Rodriguez family back next door versus all of this shit that's transpired to impact your life? They'd be like, well, the Rodriguez family wasn't that bad after all.
I don't know. I gotta push back. It depends on how Trump's policies have harmed even MAGA in varying degrees. All of MAGA is not suffering. Certainly the middle class and the upper class folks that voted for Trump are actually doing well. Some folks are favoring what he's done for crypto or what he's done for the price of gold or in some of these cases. Them folks do not want the Rodriguez's back or the transgender shit. But yeah, if you're at risk of losing your whole damn farm, because you used to produce products for USAID and Trump's got rid of USA. Yeah, them folks are like, bring back Speedy Gonzalez. Yes, so it depends on how much damage he's done to you.
Right, and that's what I'm talking about. And while people's lives are played with, and their economic outlook is looking dimmer and dimmer by the day, and that 60-plus-year-old person that had that local a hospital that was 10 minutes up the road now got an hour and 45-minute drive to get to the next one, when they got to get their oxygen tanks refilled because they normally go because they can't afford to have them delivered because their medical coverage got cut and they can't afford it. They got to go get their oxygen minute. And that's happening real time right now.
I think this time, I would say, not even this time next year, I would say probably once all of the provisions of the big, beautiful bill went in, because they aptly timed them all to go in after the midterms. Once all of that stuff starts kicking in, the Medicare, Medicaid cuts and all of that kind of stuff, you're talking about losing MAGA, it will increase at that point.
Yeah, and it is happening now. And again, and to be honest with you, I don't feel nothing for him. Listen, we tried to tell you, we tried to show you. I mean, shit, you guys are so Christian-like. You guys like to read. You like to lean on your Bible. You should have leaned into the other shit that they wrote. You should have leaned into Project 2025 and Project Esther. You should have been reading this shit, but you didn't want
Mike, you got to understand that when you say we tried to tell you and all, you're trying to tell them on MSNBC. You're trying to tell them on CNN. Fox News is telling them you're talking a bunch of bullshit. So Fox News is not agreeing with you. Fox News is not telling them that stuff. And the people that are trying to warn them are coming from the networks they've been told is consistently producing fake news. So you can tell them until you're blue in the face. They're not going to believe it. Real talk, appreciate that. But yeah, they're not going to believe it because of where it's coming from.
And that's cool. And they can continue to not believe it. And they can continue to believe that this administration gives a shit about anybody but themselves, but they can't show me evidence of it. They can't show me one. I'm going to say this and then I'm going to let you get to real. And the person that asked that question, they should come up and answer that question that they asked. They can't show any tangible that the middle and lower class is received or will receive from this administration that's positive. They just can't. And none of the numbers support it, Tim.
I got something to say on the other side. I got one pushback. I'll go ahead and move it on from you. Thank you, Mike, for coming up. I will say, in regards to Trump has done nothing tangible. No tax on tips is something that is tangible. I don't know how tangible, but there are Americans at the bottom end of the socioeconomic scale that will benefit from Trump's no tax and some of his prescription work, some of the bank accounts for children. He has done something it's not where Trump has done nothing good. I will say, in terms of meeting his campaign promises, that is pretty low, but there are some things he's done for the average working American. Real talk. What brings you on?
Hey, how you doing there, sir?
I'm doing good.
I just came up as what y'all was talking about or whatnot like that. Like, I wanted to ask you, did you hear this recent story about this the Spanish man who was sent to Africa, like an African prison, like
as a deportee?
Yeah, as a deportee.
Yeah, I don't know the specific person you're talking about, but we've sent more than one person there.
Yeah, but the crazy part about it is I be watching this guy. His name is Coach D. He's a black gentleman or whatever case say, a bit like that. And he was talking about it, and the man, like, he had voted. He voted for Trump or whatnot like that. Like, back in his younger days, he did something or whatnot like that. And then for 37 years, he was paying taxes. He got married. He had kids or whatever. How could he be like that?
How could you be voting and qualify for deportation if you're not a citizen? How did he vote?
No, he supported Trump. I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say that. Let me correct myself.
Get that straight because you're giving Trump side ammunition by saying stuff like that.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I said, and I appreciate you correcting me on that. I misspoke, but he supported Trump. And like, you remember when Trump was talking about they was getting the worst of the worst out?
Yeah.
They had showed a picture of a news story that they put him on TV basically saying that he had actually committed murder, but he just he attempted to do it. But they showed him as if they was getting the worst of the worst out.
And he was saying, like his daughter was saying that my dad, she was on the news, she was saying that they lying on my dad, like he didn't do that or whatever the case should be like that. And her dad was a firm supporter of him.
Was he actually convicted in a court of law of committing a major felony?
He was convicted of attempt, and he went to jail, served his time. He got out, got a job, got married, had kids, and all he had to do was constantly go and report to the immigration service or whatnot. Like
you got to
that.
pick. I want to tell you right off the bat, in regards to gaining sympathy for how bad Trump is treating some of these folks, he is not going to make a good person. I get what you're saying, but he literally has been convicted of attempted murder. Ain't nobody gonna give a shit about somebody getting deported that has an attempted murder conviction on their record. I don't care how much better he got once it was over with.
No. I'm not saying that he gonna get sympathy, but what I'm saying is these the kind of people that sit there when Trump was out there talking about mass deportations or whatever the case should be like that, and they was out there voting for him. Did you see this Caucasian man? He's an older man. He voted for Trump. He's an American citizen. Or whatever the case should be like that. They had him on the news. I forgot his wife's name, but they had him on the news, and he was crying because his wife had got deported.
Yeah.
And he was an actual citizen that voted for Trump. Or whatever the case should be like that.
I've seen several of those. There's a lot of those.
The thing that's crazy to me is that when I see these people on TV and they crying, to be honest, sir, I don't feel no sympathy for them. Because you was all good because you thought that was going to happen to other people. You thought other people was going to suffer. But now that you are suffering, now it's a problem. Or whatever case like that. It's just like the other day, right? I went to this restaurant. I'm in Washington. I went to the restaurant called So Damn. Or whatnot like that to go get me, that little combo they be having up there. And I like fried chicken. Don't care what y'all say about it. But anyway, so I had when I went in there, sir, I had met this Navy soldier. Like when Motion was in there talking or whatever case about that. This Navy soldier who just came back from over there, or whatever the case may be like that, like over there while they was over there on the boat. This man was telling me stories, man. I'm not going to, detail certain things, but he was telling me how bad it was for them over there, or the case should be like that. So when I see Pete Hegseth and Trump on TV talking about something, they ain't been over there long enough, or the case should be like that, and Pete Hegseth talking about something, they lying because of what? You heard about the man the Navy soldier that jumped off the boat, right?
Yeah, I've heard about it. It's been all over the news.
He was in the water for over an hour, so she was talking about it on TV or whatnot like that, and basically saying that how she was getting reports. He was basically saying he don't know if he gonna make it or if the case should be like that, and somebody else had told her. They heard stories, and somebody else had said that he actually jumped off the boat to try to take himself out. Or if the case should be like that. So a lot of our people's over here going through stuff, and it makes me feel some kind of way because when you have these Trump supporters, or if the case should be like that ain't over there serving, that ain't over there going through what these people going through, but sitting there talking about some trust Trump, and Trump know what's going on. Trump don't give a damn about nobody, man.
They don't believe that though. Real talk. They think that Trump is trying to make the country great, and the liberals are just too impatient.
Sir, I just saw this man on TV recently, and this man said that when they talking about the economy bad, he should get 150% for the economy. Or if the case shouldn't be like that. It's because we in the golden age. The economy is doing the best it has ever done. Or if the case should be like that. And I don't understand how people can go to a grocery store and see prices are higher than it was with Biden, or if the case should be like that, and still feel like they want to blame Biden. They want to blame Biden for how bad it was. Or if it came, like when Mike was talking about the dude that had said something, or if it should be like that.
I've never been one to defend the Biden's economy. In fact, when Biden was president, I had a lot more MAGA viewers because I was constantly speaking ill of the Biden economy. But yeah, I agree with you and my last caller. Bringing up the Biden economy now that Trump has failed on meeting his campaign promises, it looks like a cop-out for trying to defend Trump. We should be celebrating how much of a success Trump's economy is, and then you can contrast it to Biden. But bringing up Biden as an only defense without giving us any great accomplishments economically from Trump, yeah, that doesn't look right.
Well, why would you compare the one who you said the best president in your lifetime? Why would you compare him to somebody that you thought was the worst president of your lifetime?
It's a good point as well. They should be comparing him to Reagan. They should be comparing Trump's successes to Ronald Reagan. And you're right. If you think Biden is the worst president ever, and that's the best you got that you beat, that ain't saying much.
And that's the thing I truly don't understand. But just thanks for bringing me up, sir. I really appreciate you, though.
All right, real talk. I do appreciate you coming through as well. Thank you. In the comments, and by the way, tap the screen. We should be about 60,000 by now. Only 34, really. And no help on the hat, mustache, TikTok cap goes. None of this shit, huh? Terrible show today. Terrible show. I'll see if we can string it along. You guys are horrible today. Wow, lazy thumbs and all. Don't mind me. I'm just being a mess, says Nebula. And thank you, Brandon Johnson. Somebody's out there. People, thank you, Brandon Johnson. People firing with only one cylinder. Mines can't see the big picture. Some are blind to the other cylinders, and some can't even get any cylinders started. I like that 1508. Here's the problem, though. That ain't what in Bama land, Bryce, Ferg, some of you folks, thank you finally. Appreciate that. Here's the thing. Trump made clear-cut promises. Going to bring your grocery prices down on day one. Going to bring your gas prices. He was talking $2 a gallon in this shit. Going to cut rent prices, energy prices in half. And he gave a time period when he was going to successfully do it. He didn't just say, during my presidency, gas prices are going to fall down. He actually told you what day it was going to be done by. So when you come back with statements like people firing with only one cylinder and they can't see the big picture, no, because they're too focused on the things that he lied about. You said you're going to do X. Either you did X or you didn't. Don't tell me, well, you can't see how great A, B, and C are going to be. You promised X. You didn't deliver on X. Now you're trying to get me focused on A, B, and C. When you haven't delivered on X, I'm supposed to trust that A, B, and C are going to come true now? So that's where the problem is that, no, they're not focused on the big picture. Because you've already made several campaign promises that you didn't deliver on, and now you're trying to change the direction of focus because it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. I suppose we could talk about Biden's failures or something negative about Obama or whatever you want to bring up, but that doesn't take away from the fact that Trump made a lot of promises that he has not delivered on. And nothing you say about Biden is going to change the fact that Trump stated your energy bills are going to be cut in half if you vote for me by January of 2026. Biden ain't got nothing to do with that. Either he said something, he either delivered on it or he did not. What happened during Biden's term is irrelevant with that promise. So, no, they're not going to see the big picture because they got clear-cut evidence that he's already been inaccurate about a lot of campaign promises. Once you see a person take their last breath, you hesitate to send somebody else. You're very cautious, and some people who not in the military is not cautious. Okay, I don't know where that came from. They have no recruiters on TikTok trying to recruit kids since they're low on cannon fodder. Okay, you guys tap the screen, get the like. So, by the way, if you're watching on YouTube, I need you guys to smash that like button. Helps out the algorithm. And also, we have a current poll going on. And I'm debating if I want to reset TikTok because it keeps showing like it's freezing. I don't know why it's doing that. All the other platforms seem to be doing okay. The poll question being, were the January 6th protesters, and we're doing them just, we're calling them protesters. We're not calling them rioters or insurrectionists. The question is, were the January 6th protesters actually going to harm Pence? Vice President Mike Pence. A little bit over, almost 150 responded so far. 61% say yes. If they had caught up to Mike Pence, they were going to harm him. 38% say no. So there you go. Go figure. Grace Gangsta Grandma says they weren't protesters. A lot of them were. A lot of the January 6 folks stayed on the lawn. Many of them did not even go to the Capitol building as Trump instructed, and they didn't do anything wrong. When Trump, Mike Pence, and Rudolph Giuliani, and all of them gave that, not Mike Pence, Steve Bannon. Mike Pence didn't speak. He was in the Capitol building. Steve Bannon, Giuliani, I think Flynn, Trump was the main act. When they gave that speech, the crowd in front of them were legally allowed to be where they were, listening to that. That was 100% legal at that point. Now, going to the Capitol building is where the laws started to be broken, because when Trump told them in D.C. he was going to protest, they instructed him, or they questioned, are you going to the Capitol building because it's going to be closed? And according to the January 6th testimony, the Trump administration told them, no, we're not going to the Capitol building. We're going to protest where we're at. So once Trump said, let's go to the Capitol and I'll be with you, technically that right there is where the law got broken, because he's now taking them to an area that's closed. So for some, but folks have their own opinion on it. Some folks are saying, well, look, the Capitol building belongs to the people and all this other crazy shit. Just because a building belongs to the people doesn't give you the right to storm it or just go in there. I mean, look, your local police chief or sheriff, their office is paid for by the taxpayers. You can't just go barge into their office when it's closed because you paid for it. You can't just go into the evidence room at your local police station because it's paid for by the taxpayers. So bringing up that the people own it, that ain't how it works. If that's the case, you should be able to go into the White House anytime you want. You're currently paying for a ballroom. You're probably never going to go into that. You'll probably never, as a citizen, as a voter, as a taxpayer, you'll probably never be allowed to go into that ballroom, even though you're paying for it. So, yeah, you paid for it doesn't mean anything. Looking in the comments, and tap the screen, get the lights on up. If I was to attempt to overthrow the United government, I would at the very least bring my official David Crockett slingshot. Dan Cooper, I think the problem is some folks don't realize there were firearms present there that day. Don't just get your media or your news from one source. There's actually, I've shown it here on the program. There's actually a reporter that is there that day that had one of the MAGA folks flash the firearm they were carrying. He was carrying an appendix carry. He lifted up his shirt and showed that he had a firearm. No one was wanted for metal there that day. So when you're saying nobody's carrying any kind of weapons, you're suggesting, well, because I didn't see anything, they weren't carrying. You don't know what was around people's ankles. You don't know what was in their small of their backs. When Ashley Babbitt lost her life, she had on all kinds of clothing. You don't know what's under there. So the idea that nobody was carrying, you don't know that. I mean, the belief is if they were carrying, we should have seen it. And keep in mind, bear spray and flag post and all this other shit is weapons. So that people were armed. I don't buy into the notion that nobody that were armed. Let me go back to the bots. Get us up to 50,000. Tap the screen. Get the likes up. The rest of the world is laughing at you, says Julian V. Not all of them, because America's misdeeds, misgivings, mistakes actually hurt many players in the world as well. So I don't know about that, Julian. I mean, the tariffs are not just hurting America, they're hurting some other folks. The fact that we're at war with Iran, people in other countries have been killed because we attacked Iran. So I don't agree that the whole world is laughing at us. And some folks, they may be pleading with us to change direction. Trump is a fucking liar, says Joseph. Wow. Okay, tell us how you really feel. You may not notice that you're retarded communist, yet just give us some time. Sign up, Thank you for your input. If you're against President Trump, you are a retarded communist rather. Sign up says if you are against President Trump, you're a retarded communist. So you're saying Marjorie Taylor Greene just became a communist and retarded overnight, huh? All of these Republicans, Liz Cheney, she's suddenly a retarded communist. You don't realize how cultish some of this stuff sounds until you really start reading into it. Is President Trump that great, that successful, has a plan for America that is that efficient, that simply not agreeing with him makes you a retarded communist? Wow. Sometimes you don't realize how devoted some of these folks are until they say that. You're buffering on TikTok also. Trump is crap, says evil. Yeah, I'm going to briefly, I'll take one other caller on TikTok and then I'm going to probably end up resetting it because, yeah, I don't know why TikTok is doing it. We'll go with Versatile. Good evening, Versatile, if it brings them up. Well, good afternoon. Good one, Tip. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate that. Okay, my last guest didn't come up. We're going to reset TikTok. I'll be back on TikTok in about 20 seconds. If you're watching us on any of the other platforms, nothing's going to change. So if you're watching us on any other platforms, give me a minute to reset TikTok. Take this minute out to smash that like button, help out the program. If you're watching us on YouTube, if you're watching us on Clapper or Substack as well, give me a minute to bring this. I'm just going to go straight back into it. Don't know what happened, why it did that, but sometimes TikTok can be problematic like that. So we'll go ahead and start it up. Starting in looks like 3, 2, 1. We're back live on TikTok. Handsome Conservative says the people who died by Iran's hands should be blaming Iran, not us. Not true. I disagree with you for this point, this reason, Handsome Conservative. If Cuba, let's say, for instance, we were being attacked, we were at war with Russia, at war with North Korea, at war with China. Let's say America's at war, and our mainland, our shores are being hit by bombs. Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, the shores of Mississippi and Alabama, all in that Gulf region. Let's say somebody was actually dropping bombs on American soil, and Cuba was allied with them in allowing this enemy of ours to use the airstrips in Cuba because it's much closer to America than where they're from to launch attacks from. You don't think we would start bombing Cuba and killing Cuban people? I just want to point that out. And the people of that country, a lot of them would blame their own people for allowing this enemy. So what I'm saying is what Iran is doing to its neighbors is exactly the same thing we would do. If one of our neighboring countries allied with one of our enemies and was letting that enemy use their airfields and their territory to launch attacks on America, we would bomb that country as well. That's all Iran is doing. All of those countries that Iran is striking, America's launching attacks from those countries. So I don't know if I believe that the people of those countries are blaming Iran. Some of those countries are probably saying, see what the United States has gotten you into? I don't think I'm just blaming Iran. I'm talking Bahrain and Kuwait and Jordan. What else is over there that Iran has hit? Because Saudi Arabia is another one. I mean, they all have U.S. military personnel launching attacks from those countries to strike Iran. What is Iran supposed to do? Say that's off limits? No, we wouldn't do it. We would not do that. So you think if Cuba was letting Russia launch attacks from Cuba to strike places in Florida, you think Trump would say, well, we're only going to go after Russia. We're not going to hit Cuba. Trump would go right for Havana. Wouldn't give a shit about any, what do you want to say, collateral damage. He wouldn't give a damn. And you would support it. You would be like, it's a war. This is what happened. So that's how it goes. Anyway, looking in the comments, Keenan Smith or Keenan Stully, I think you don't. I think you must be new to the program. I'm just going to tell you your statement is incorrect, so my bloodline is safe. In the comments, my bad. Marijuana has been removed from the federal government Schedule 1 drug classification list. Isn't that something Trump gets credit for? Didn't Trump, under the Trump administration, haven't they reduced the way they view criminal penalties for marijuana? I reset TikTok, by the way. We'll go straight to Gangsta Grandma, and we'll make it happen. The whole world hates the U.S. right now. Sailors jumping ships, literally. I don't think the whole world hates us, Susan.
Oh, yes, they do.
The whole world?
Yes, the world hates us. Yes, they do. And you know how pathetic the United States is, letting our soldiers eat like that, and they're trying to unalive themselves. You don't think that we're not a joke? And anyways, your little happy fucking ass needs to go into Facebook and add my happy ass, or we cannot FaceTime. I tried to call your ugly ass on that, whatever that shit's called. What is that called?
Okay.
Messenger. And it said that we are not fucking friends, asshole.
All right, I'll look into it. So 250 days says President Trump is not nearly long enough at sea.
Oh, shut up. I'm so sick of hearing that shit. He's a waste of a fucking nut, man.
He's the president.
I don't give a damn who he is. He's a waste of a fucking nut. His mama should have swallowed him. For real. Should have swallowed him. He's a worthless piece of shit. And the way he's doing our soldiers and shit, and whoever that thing, oh, God. I don't even understand how the maggots are still kissing their fucking asses, for real. You can tell that for your cult. Who does this shit? Oh, he's the best president. Where, dog? Where the fuck is this motherfucker our best president? I want to know this, because my beef is fucking up. It's hurting me in my restaurant. You know what I mean? Like, where is it going on? What has this? Over Reggie Tang, motherfucker cracker. What did he do for us? What has this man did for us? Oh, wait.
What about one of my viewers said that you guys are just failing to see the big picture?
What big picture are we supposed to see? All they do is blame Biden. Oh, Biden, it was high underneath Biden. No, it was actually going down underneath Biden. Actually, it was going down. The food prices was going down. Slowly, but it was going down. I swear to God, man.
But what about the notion that the border was wide open?
The border, okay, comprehend this. To the uneducated twits that voted for this shit, the border has never been closed. The borders never will be closed. It's against the Constitution. Just how the motherfuckers. I mean, he can sell them a dream and say there's an ocean in New Mexico. They probably don't even know that New Mexico is even in the United States. That's how stupid these.
I don't know. I gotta push back and agree with my beloved. I gotta agree with my beloved MAGA. Under Trump, the border is significantly more secure than it was under Biden.
Comprehend this, you twit, and you're an uneducated white boy. You're very uneducated.
Me?
The numbers, yes.
I'm a white boy?
Yes. You're an overcooked fucking. You're an overcooked.
Let me ask you something. Does privilege come along with me being a white boy?
What privilege do you got? I don't even know if
you said I'm a white boy.
They probably the white people don't even look at you as white.
You said I'm white. You said I'm a white boy.
Because you is. You be tonsil hawking their asses. Your tonsils be getting worked out.
Shout out to Tom McDonald. So I'm one of the white boys. Okay, all right. I didn't know that. That's the first I've heard of that.
I wouldn't be proud of that. I mean, I really would not be a black man. People's calling you white. I mean, that's not cute.
Well, you're inaccurate.
You are Uncle Ruckus for real.
You're inaccurate. You are inaccurate.
Yes. No, you are. Because let me tell you something. You make up, the border is not secure. The numbers don't lie.
Bullshit.
He has lower numbers than Biden, and he has lower numbers than Obama. So miss me with all the
there is no way in hell you're going to ever get me to believe that under Trump the border is no more secure.
You like to cock up your ass and shit. You like the white man, dog. Like everybody, that's why people be bashing your ugly ass. For real.
So wait.
Uncle Ruckus, your own damn people, me, everybody else, because you Uncle Ruckus, because you is one, because you swear to God, you don't see the bigger picture, and he's telling your ass a fucking wet dream, and you're just stripping it all up. Like, yes, massa, we'll get the whips. At least do something.
So according to you, I'm an uncle. So according to you, I'm an Uncle Ruckus because I like the white man. So what? So you don't like the white man?
Do I like the Donald Trump in office? Fuck no.
That ain't what I asked you. That ain't what I asked you. We weren't
What are you talking about?
You said
I don't like the maggots.
that ain't what you said. You said I'm an Uncle Ruckus because I like the white man.
That I'm talking about is the maggots and the one that's in office. No, I do not like them because they put us in a fucked up situation. They didn't want to believe black women. They surely did not want to believe black women. They didn't want to believe brown people. They was like, oh no, the 2025. Oh, that's a joke. Oh no, he's not in it, and he surely is in it. They all look in it.
I'm going to ask you the question I ask you quite often. You do realize to a large portion of folks, even African Americans, that you sound like a racist, right? You do realize that, right?
I'm not. You know what, Tim? I'm not like you. I don't bow down to the white man. I don't do tons of hockey on his dick, unlike you do. Okay? I don't bow down to you. I say it like it fucking is. And if they think I'm racist, kiss my black ass for real. Because not one of these motherfuckers on this internet pay my bill. The white man kisses my ass when he eats my tacos and shit. That's what they do. So miss me with the bullshit. You want me to show these motherfuckers respect when they didn't respect us and go to the polls and help us? Do you think I should give them fucking respect? Go fuck yourself, Tim. For real.
Okay, I'm not horny, but anyway, in the comments, Erica says.
That's what you will be saying on Monday, though.
Erica says, to be fair, we did vote for Obama twice. So what about that?
Who's we?
MAGA. A lot of MAGA voted for Obama.
I don't give a fuck. If you voted for twice and then you voted for Donald Trump, you a sellout. You a fucking cracker. What the fuck? You ain't shit. You a piece of trash.
So
you voted for this shit. You a piece of trash.
So
you're the enemy of us.
So
fuck you. Fuck everything about you.
That's what I'm talking. So you're trying to tell me that anybody that voted for Trump is a cracker and they're a piece of shit.
They are. They're the bottom of the bucket. They are the filth of this country. They are. So because they voted for racism. They voted for everything. They voted for brown people to get unalived. They voted for all this shit. They voted for the concentration camps that they have up here, put all the undocumented and shit. Fuck you. So I'm not like you, Tim. I don't kiss no white man's ass. The white man don't do shit for me. The white man don't do nothing for me, Pookie. They don't. They just eat my goddamn tacos.
And so maybe they voted for Trump because black Negroes like you don't do shit for them.
Let me break this shit down to you. What do I need to do for the white man?
What do they need to do for you?
Well, what have they done? Oh, actually, I do pay for their sorry asses. I'm in a blue state. I'm in Cali, okay? And guess what? My taxes pays for the white man to be on fucking welfare shit, so they can stay at home and take care of the little nigglings, the little ones, the little.
Okay, we lost Gangsta Grandma. Apparently, TikTok didn't like what she was saying. That happens. We'll continue on. Occasionally, viewers get taken off the show due to TikTok's heavy censorship. It just happened. It frequently happens with Gangsta Grandma. By the way, we don't block, ban, or censor. So if we get MAGA guests up and they are just as far to the right as she was to the left, we do not censor them either. So if you are on the right, if you're one of my beloved MAGA, feel free to come on Substack, Instagram, or TikTok, put in your request. You can be a caller as well, and we will have that conversation as well on your side. In the comments, Handsome Conservative says, just like if anybody voted for the 9-month abortion law, anybody voted for the 9-month abortion law, he said they also are a piece of shit. He says you're a murderer. All right, and that's what I was going to push back and say is that both sides think that if you voted for the other side, you're a piece of shit. We can talk about all kinds of things folks do not like that Trump either is doing, supporting, or campaigned on, but they're going to bring up gender mutilation and not knowing what a woman is and letting men play women's sports. And he mentioned the abortion law. They're going to bring up a lot of shit that the Democrats stand for? Getting rid of the police and the Pentagon and prisons and all. And they're going to say the same thing, that if you vote Democrat, you're a piece of shit. So understand, folks are seeing this from both sides. Now, I will say one stark difference being, you don't generally have anybody running for president that has been as far to the left as Trump is to the right. Most of the attributes of craziness among the Democrat Party has not come from the actual presidential candidates. Newsom, Whitmer, Kamala Harris. I mean, most of them have not talked about getting rid of the Pentagon and all this other crazy stuff. That's coming from, politicians that are significantly down ballot. So, but Trump himself on the right is doing this stuff. We're not talking about, what Alex Jones or Steve Bannon is wanting. We're talking about what Trump is doing. So that there is one difference in regards to that. In the comments, Tim loves to eat MAGA's rotten ass right now. I'm eating ass up, Mr. See, tap the screen. I need you guys to get the likes up to 10,000. A lot of lazy fingers in here. You can help the boy out with the hat, mustache, TikTok cap goes, but a lot of lazy fingers in here. Help out with the likes in the comments. And in the comment section, that does not matter. It still came from the Democrat Party, and that's what is important. Yeah, it doesn't matter when you're using it to bash the Democrats. But if I put a Republican politician on that's saying racist shit out in the open and stuff like that, you will not favor allowing that to be used to bash the Republican Party. If you're going to take like the head of the DSA, that woman talking about, how we need to get rid of prisons in the Pentagon. If you're going to pin that on the whole Democrat Party, then yeah, some of the stuff that's coming from the Heritage Foundation, some of the stuff coming from Charlie Kirk, yeah, then you can't blame, because Charlie Kirk made a whole bunch of controversial comments, particularly toward people of color. Do you want Democrats to suggest that every time Trump sees a black pilot, he thinks the guy's not qualified because I'm just saying, you can't take and pin all the far left comments on the left-wing politicians without having to come back. I mean, you got Republicans that don't believe a woman should have the right to vote. You want that to be pinned on Trump? Because Trump has never said that. So I just want to make it clear to you, if you're going to take low-ranking Democrats and blame it on the whole party, it can be done in reverse, and you won't like it when it's done that way. Alter Ego, thank you. Somebody's showing your boy some love with the hat and a mustache. Appreciate that. California has the highest poverty rate in the nation. Is that true? Alexa, which state has the highest poverty rate?
Mississippi tops the list with the highest state poverty rate, about 19.4% in 2026. Louisiana follows at roughly 18.9%, and New Mexico around 18.4%.
Alexa, stop. Just fact check you in real time. You need to change your news source, because I'm sure that's where that's coming from. I already know where that's coming from. That obviously is not, I don't think they're even in the top 5. Alexa, stop. So you need to change your news source if you believe that California has the highest poverty rate. Looking in the comments, my bad, marijuana has, okay, I saw that already. Tap the screen, get the lights on up. Bet whoever said that is probably from Mississippi. You don't hear the right talk about Mississippi at all. When they're talking about how great Republican areas are doing, they're bringing up Texas and usually Florida. Most of that shit in between is not doing very well. They love to bash California, Chicago, New York, and places like that. They don't celebrate a lot. I mean, okay, if the Democrats are doing such a shitty job, tell us about all these well-run Republican areas. It's not a lot of that out there. So it's better to just bash, because if you start pushing back, they kind of run out of questions on that. California spends the most on illegals. Okay, that may be true. But that's not what he said about poverty, though. That's wrong. What he said about poverty was completely wrong. CNBC's quality of life ratings, red states in the bottom 10. I do believe that. I actually do believe that. In the comments, tap the screen, because red states aren't a good example. No, they're not. It depends on what you focus on. Democrat areas are more highly populated, so you're going to find more crime in Democrat areas. But in terms of percentage of Americans that are insured and things like that, the education rates and stuff, it's worse in red areas. There's plenty of areas where red states rank at the bottom. They just don't talk about those particular areas. They only focus on crime or illegal immigrants, and they just skip over that stuff. But the highest percentage of uninsured Americans, literacy rates, infant mortality rates, a lot of that stuff is mostly in red areas. They just don't cover it. I live in a red state. It is completely terrible. You don't get no help if you need help. The education is crap. Everything is crappy here. Damn, says Lonely Therapy. You're kind of living up to the name with that statement. Yikes, sorry to hear that. Somebody says, yes, red states are stupid, says C. Osby. With that logic, don't blame Biden, but blame Afghanistan for those 13 soldiers. That's a good point, countering what Hanson Conservative said earlier. That's a really good point. That if Iran is, if the neighboring states are going to blame Iran for bombing them, then yeah, with that logic, you should blame Afghanistan for the loss of those 13 soldiers, not Biden. That's a good point. That's a really good pushback on it. Going back to the box, get us up to 20,000. Tap the screen. We'll go to Bloomberger. Good evening, Bloomberger. Welcome to the program. I'm gonna keep saying good evening because I'm used to being on in the evening, but good afternoon. Where's MAGA Reacts? I need a good chuckle. I don't know yet, Goddess. He may get the notification. Bloomberg, good afternoon.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear, sir. Loud and clear.
All right, very good. So, hey, look, we were talking about poverty just now, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at it, like 9 out of the 10 are red states. But
Wow.
also, let's talk about the red border, or I mean the southern border.
Okay.
Do you see poverty with states of high immigration? We're talking about California, Nevada, Arizona, Texas, on the Mexican border.
No.
Is poverty a big problem?
Well, the device did say New Mexico. That's on the border. The other 3 states, no. The other 3 states, Texas, Arizona, and California, no. But New Mexico, yes.
So this area is also called El Norte. In other words, it used to be Mexico.
Right.
Right?
Right.
But a big reason why is because immigrants create jobs. They don't take jobs, they create jobs. They overwhelmingly open up their own businesses. And so immigration is a net positive. In fact, my claim is that the number one import for our nation is immigration. It's the most valuable thing we bring into the country.
It always has been. It started out with slavery first, but yeah, manpower is exceptionally valuable. I mean, because immigration is cheaper manpower.
It's human capital, and it's not about it being cheaper, although that has what has been exploited. But you can still make the case that mass amnesty, like Reagan did in the 80s, right?
Yeah.
To allow people to be treated fairly, and essentially just start paying taxes fully.
How about this? You mentioned, when you mentioned immigration is good. In the comments, one of my viewers, I think it says Michael Hacker, says not illegals. What about separating the folks that come here legally versus the ones that come here illegally?
Yeah. So, look, society changes. Before, I think it was 1923, the process was essentially show up. We'll get your information. Congratulations, you're a citizen. You can start paying taxes now, right?
Yeah, we used to be more welcoming, is what you're saying.
The process was a lot easier and faster, and that's also when the country grew the fastest, by the way. This is human capital, if you understand economics. I'm not joking when I say that's the most valuable import that we have. And by the way, conversely, the most valuable export every year as well has been innovation from immigrants.
So the immigrants come to this country, make our country more valuable, create inventions and services that we in turn then sell and make profit off of to other countries, what you're saying.
Absolutely. This notion that people are just a drain on society instead of that's literally what is society. And if you want to compete globally, you got to have a population. And we're competing against some really big numbers, right?
So why do you think, okay, if what you're saying is true, why do you think President Trump and, of course, my beloved MAGA has taken the opposite stance that these folks are coming over here, they're raping and murdering everybody? Jobs, they're just a drain on society. Why do they have the opposite opinion of you?
That's the language of fascists. It is the other. Fascists have to have somebody to blame. And it's like this whole duality of they're the biggest problem and they're also a drain. Like they're weak and they're powerful. It is about bigotry. It really, really is. It's bad economics. It's proven across. Here, let's talk about this. Let's talk about, this is a Christian nation, right? That's what the fascists say. And you know what? I'll concede that. Not because this nation was founded as a Christian nation, but because, look, geography-wise, the majority religion here is one of the 350 Christian sects. Okay, so this is a Christian nation.
No, I don't want to say it's a.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead. Because I disagree, but go ahead.
Yeah, it's fine. That's fine. I'm making a point with it. 90% of immigrants from the southern border are Christian.
True. That is true.
And they're putting them in camps or sending them to some foreign prison.
That's a good point.
Okay. So, look, I'm going to say you're supposed to welcome the immigrant. You're supposed to love your neighbor. You're supposed to love your enemy, right?
That's what we're told, but that's not what's happening, obviously.
And that's why I'm here to talk about it, because these are Latinos, right? They're Americans. They were born on this continent. And if you look at what you consider El Norte or what used to be Mexico, they didn't cross the border crossed on them. And by the way, I'm not somebody that really subscribes to race, but the people that were here for thousands and thousands of years before the Europeans came here were very, very smart. Were very, very powerful.
They were not smart enough to stop themselves from being conquered by a few Europeans, though.
Well, they didn't understand disease, right? I think there's a lot of things that contributed to that.
Smallpox, I don't disagree with that.
And I think if you look at in north of El Norte, what we call Native Americans, they're all Native Americans, by the way. Let's just go ahead and say that. Latinos are Native Americans. Just wherever you consider that southern border to be.
Yeah, they're native. They're native to the American continent, which is North and South America. They are, they're Native Americans. They legitimately, technically, are Native Americans. Yes.
Ingenious. They were here. They've been here. And these guys that want to talk about blood in the soil and all that, take that into consideration. That these are Christian Americans that help not only our economy, but our culture and each other. These are kind, loving, hardworking, beautiful people. And we call them animals and rapists and all the derogatory things. It's all complete false.
But then let me ask it to you this way, because one of my viewers want me to ask you this question. Do you believe illegals, do you believe all illegals should be deported? If you're in the country illegally and they catch you, do you believe that being here illegally should automatically mean you get kicked out?
Mass amnesty. It's cheaper to keep her, as they say. It's very expensive for what we're doing right now. You can see this massive budget of cruelty, of breaking the Constitution to take a lot of innocent people away. 70% of the people that we currently have locked up in a concentration camp or shipped to some foreign prison haven't broken any laws. They have a civil offense because it's not that they're undocumented, it's that they're not documented yet. So it's very expensive to.
So you would let's say under the Biden administration, you've seen the caravans coming here, thousands of folks walking in the country barefoot, claiming asylum. Many of them probably did not have a legitimate asylum claim. Would you have just granted all of them amnesty?
Yeah, we can help them.
So you're open borders. You are an open borders man.
I've driven across this country several times. Do you have any idea how much land we have?
Okay, I get that, but people own that land. Let me make sure I get clarity though. You are an open borders man. Is that correct?
I think documentation is important, and essentially, like, if you're anti-taxes, then you don't want these people to become citizens, because that's really what all you are when you become a citizen, is that now we have you on the taxes, right? You agree with that? Like, the number one thing about being a citizen is death and taxes.
If I have done nothing wrong in my home country, wherever it may be, and I want to move to America, you believe I should be let in? Am I correct?
I think there's two things. No, I'm not talking about, like, the police are still going to catch criminals, and if they're not supposed to be here, or if there's a reason to send them away.
No. What I'm saying is, if a person has no negative criminal history in there, let's say a person lives in Venezuela, he just turned 36, and he hasn't committed any crimes in Venezuela. He can show that he hasn't committed any crimes by their records down there, and he just wants to leave Venezuela and come to America. You believe we should let him in, right?
Well, yeah. Let me expand on that. Which country in North, Central, or South America has our government not interfered with as far as overthrowing the government?
There probably is none. But you are open borders. I'm going to make sure you understand. You are for open borders. You are what the right is talking about. You are an open borders man.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of immigrants. I think they will help us. But you absolutely have to have a process to do it. You have to also develop not only a faster way to do it. It can't take years. It needs to be fast.
So open borders and let them in fast.
Let them in fast. Let everybody have their place. You need education as well. Like, there is an investment in human capital. This is a social investment that'll pay dividends.
Yeah, but the problem is, people tend to believe if you let folks in at the rate you're talking about, within a short time, you won't recognize our country, because it's just going to be, we're a diverse country now. I get it. But the country is 60% white, 30 some odd percent Hispanic, and the rest African American. If we let people in at your rate, hell, we might be 40% Chinese or something else. You could literally change the way the country is, and people don't like it for that reason. That's the whole replacement theory and all this other stuff. You're saying you don't have a problem with that.
I want to adapt the Crayola race system, where you have to go through the box of 64 different colors of Crayola crayons and decide which color are you. And then, from there, you recognize that it's a whole spectrum of people. And hey, look, you may call me white. I'd rather call myself pink, because it's actually what my skin color is.
Casey Grandma would love you. In the comments, I want you to hear this. Michael Hacker says, we can't take everyone in, or we will become a third world shithole. What say you?
Look around, man. We have shock troops on the streets with, shredding the Constitution and detaining people that they have no reason to detain other than bigotry and hate. And maybe you haven't gotten out of your town yet to see how much of this country is open. Is it owned? No. Sure. But ownership changes. And if you're afraid of this country becoming more culturally diverse, then please take a vacation somewhere where you are immersed in people unlike your Crayola color. Spend some.
So you definitely are for a more diverse America, and I think that's probably where you would coincide, or you would clash, particularly with the MAGA side. I mean, there's some Democrats that wouldn't agree with you either, but MAGA is really not going to favor what you're talking. They're going to think you're crazy, man.
Yeah, I would probably argue my perspective is not new. Just we've been punished with this idea that of the other. It is fascism. There's nothing wrong with people that have more or less melanin in their skin or the shape of their eyes.
What do you think of the DSA?
You know, I think I'm adjacent DSA curious, because as someone that has been thinking about politics for a while,
DSA curious, does that come with a flag?
right. Because this is a new term, right? Like,
yes,
I haven't heard about the DSA as a powerful political party until a few weeks ago, and like, I'm all about the progressive wing of the Democrats. By the way, we've talked about this before, but the Democrats are not progressives, y'all. They're conservatives. They're fighting the progressive wing of their party.
Ooh, that was still somebody. I talked to somebody the other day that really changed my mind a lot on that, but that one hits me. Just hearing the notion that Democrats are conservatives, it still hits me in the gut. I just have a tendency to want to resist. But the caller I talked to did orate it in a way that it made sense. But I got to move it on. But that one hits me in the gut. Hearing that the Democrats are conservative, that one's going to take some time to sit with me. Last word to you.
Hey, last thing. I'm here to advocate for immigrants. I'm here to advocate for people. This country is made of immigrants. It's either you were native, which we had genocide on them. You were a slave. We basically genocided them. Or you're an immigrant that has benefited from this country being a place where no matter what your nationality was, you can come here and be an American, be a U.S. citizen. And that's not true in most of the world, where everyone should be welcomed to make the world a better place. And hey, the fascists love the idea of manifest dynasty.
Manifest destiny. Yeah. I got handsome conservative even talked about that when we were talking about. I suggested it's wrong to threaten to take Greenland over, and he was like, "We never said we were going to stop conquering." So he was kind of using manifest destiny with Greenland as well. So yeah, I get it.
So like, look, if you welcome somebody in your country, they'll like your country. If you reject them, you are creating enemies. That's the other thing that nobody considers.
Yeah.
That nobody really wants to talk about. That it's better to welcome them, and then you have a tie to wherever they came from, and it brings the world together. But if you're going to stand on this borders and our culture and we don't want to be replaced, we're all replaced. We're all going to die. Our kids are not going to be who we are. Embrace it. I'll end on this quote: fix your heart or die.
Damn. All right, Bloomberg, strong language, passionate opinion. Tap the screen. Oh, how many of you guys agree with him? Yes or no in the comments. How many of you folks agree with that? Yes or no? Pizza Lover says, get out of your tent. Yes or no? That was strong language toward the end. Fix your heart or die. Wow. I'm not totally in favor of completely open borders. I don't believe in completely closed borders, which is what Trump is doing either. I think there is a healthy medium to it. Look, first of all, I agree with the come here legally aspect of dealing with the border. But President Trump is going beyond just getting rid of illegal immigrants. He is being harsh towards those who are trying to come here legally as well. I mean, banning all third world countries, Muslim bans, getting rid of TPS. I mean, Trump is anti-immigrant. That's the way I take it. And to me, it's one thing to say, I want to make sure we have secure borders and for folks to come here legally. That's fine. Being anti-immigrant, that's where you lose me at. To me, I see Trump as being anti-immigrant. He's done a lot of things that have nothing to do with coming here illegally. It's just, I don't want you to come here at all. And that's where you kind of push me out. Looking in the comments, I'm sick of these foreigners. And I think Trump would agree with you, Kim. That's what leads to anti-immigrant rhetoric. If you're sick of foreigners, then you don't care if they come here legally or illegally. You're just sick of them. You don't want them here at all. And I think that's kind of the mindset of a lot of folks that are from the MAGA side. I'm just sick of them, period. I don't care if they come here legally or not. They make it hard for all of them. If they come legally and respect our laws, then we have no problem. Otherwise, they could be terrorists. Here's a problem I have with that comment, Handsome Conservative. And by the way, he's on Clapper. You can come on Clapper and be a caller. If you have any of those apps, we use the same name on all of these apps. It doesn't cost you any money. Handsome Liberal, the Handsome Liberal, all one word. Clapper, Instagram, Substack, TikTok, and YouTube. We're currently live on all of those. YouTube is the only one we can't take up callers. If you want to be a caller, go on any of those other apps, Clapper, Substack, TikTok, or Instagram. We'll bring you up. Doesn't matter what your politics are. But I disagree with you when you say if they come legally and respect our laws, then we have no problem. Otherwise, they could be terrorists. Two issues. First of all, if 20-some million illegals came in under Biden, which is what Trump says all the time, Biden let 20 million people in. 20 million people, and we haven't had a single terrorist act from any of them. So the whole notion that terrorists are coming across the southern border, that should be tossed out. 20 million and not one of them? That's saying a lot. That makes it clear that terrorists are not using that avenue to get in the country, at least not yet. We're involved in a complete war with one of the what we call what do we call Iran? The world's largest sponsor of terror. If terrorists were in the country, they would be doing stuff. So right off the bat, it's pretty clear we don't have any terrorists coming in the country from the southern border of any significance. That's not to say they didn't try to come in the country at one point or another, or may not be trying now. But under Biden administration, Trump says 20-some million illegals came in here. Where are all the terrorists at? So to me, terrorism should not even be mentioned in the same conversation with illegal immigrants, other than to demonize illegal immigrants, because it's just that's not an issue with that group of people. Now, when you say come in legally and respect our laws, we have no problem. That's not true. That is absolutely not true. We have deported people that came in legally and was going through the process to stay in court, and they met them at court and just basically revoked their process and kicked them out. I mean, if you're deporting people from courtrooms, you're deporting people that are trying to do things legally. So that's not true. Legal immigrants, I think one of my viewers on YouTube said it best. We're tired of foreigners. Got nothing to do with coming here legally or illegally. We just don't like those people and we want them gone, which is what my last caller was suggesting about bigotry and things like that. That has something to do with it. Some of these folks just do not want them here, legal or illegal. Trump is letting them come in legally. No, he's not. And not unless they're coming from South Africaners. You hope no terrorists came across the border. No attacks doesn't mean anything. Sleeper cells. This ain't the time to sleep. If we're attacking Iran right now, they would be doing something. Look, you're not going to get me to believe 22 million people came in or whatever it is Trump says under Biden, and all of them are asleep. All of them are watching what's going on with us in the Middle East, talking about how we want to own Gaza and make it the Riviera of the Middle East, talking about how we want to own the Strait of Hormuz and we want to bomb Iran into no civilization exists, and they all are staying asleep in unison. You believe that? Not one of them has gotten angry enough to do anything. They're all here just all asleep at the same time. That doesn't make sense. Stick, good evening.
Hey, what's going on, Tim?
Not much at all. We covered a number of topics. One being, you've heard about this Navy vessel at sea for 250 plus days and all kinds of chaos. Yeah, well, you heard Trump say it hasn't been at sea long enough. Have you heard that?
Yeah, I heard him say it, but he said it like nonchalantly because he ain't got to do none of that shit. He ain't got to serve. He ain't want to put his hand on the Bible. He don't do a lot of shit that a normal president would understand and say, I'm the commander in chief. I need those folks well taken care of. Send a cargo ship. Send 3 cargo ships, goddammit. Send them so much that it's overflowing with toothpaste and food and the things that these folks need, because they're over there doing something that I sent them nowhere to do.
And it's only right that we make sure that they got every fucking thing that they need.
So why do you think he would make such a controversial statement?
Because he's a bitch ass motherfucker. That's why.
Why would you? He's the president. That's horrible to say that about the president.
No, it's not horrible to say about it. I mean, he said what now? Say what he said again. They haven't been out there long enough. Is that what you just said?
Yeah. In fact, for folks who haven't heard it, I'll let you hear it straight from the president's mouth because it is controversial for him to say something like this. Like I said, I don't know why he would say it. I don't want to call him a bitch. That's like you're saying, but I want folks to hear this.
When he was boarding Air Force One this afternoon.
Well, no, that ship is moving. No, they're not. That ship is moving right now, or very shortly, and it's being replaced with another very similar ship. No. Not nearly long enough.
He said not nearly long enough when she asked, and you couldn't hear her hardly over the engines, but she asked, has the deployment gone on too long? And he said not nearly long enough. So he wants them back at sea. He wants them at sea longer, which is saying something for the Washington that's coming to relieve the Abraham Lincoln. How do you feel if you're on that ship coming to relieve these folks and the president's on TV saying that they weren't at sea long enough?
So again, Tim, that's a bitch ass motherfucker because he ain't never served a day in his life. He don't know nothing about basic training. He don't know nothing about AIT. He don't know nothing about the ranking system. He doesn't understand that seasoned generals, majors, lieutenant, and all those people are important, and that's why they get their ranks.
Right.
Him and Pete Hegseth, they're using that shit to make people be loyalists. We're not supposed to have loyalists in the military. We're supposed to have people that follow the orders of the law and the military code of justice. That's what we have in the military. It's not no blind, he's the commander in chief. No, if this motherfucker say some wrong ass shit, you do not have to follow those fucking orders. So he's got a whole bunch of shit he got going on that ain't fucking right. And it's a lot of them motherfuckers at the top that know it. Some of them retired, got kicked out, whatever the case may be. But the ones that decided to say, well, I just to get my rank and just to get this command, I'm going to just say, yeah, I'm going to do this shit. Yeah, no, we don't need them. They're the one, he kicked out the wrong motherfuckers. Because like the last time when he was trying to threaten China, didn't General Milley have to call China and be like, man, don't listen to this stupid motherfucker.
He also,
see, this is the type of people we need.
He also ended up needing a pardon from President Biden because Trump was going to go after General Milley.
It's all good. Trump will go after an ice cream sandwich because he ain't get to eat it. So who gives a fuck? This is the type of motherfucker. He didn't come in my mouth, so
Oh my God.
Yeah, he didn't come in my mouth, so yeah, I didn't eat him. So yeah, I want to sue their ass. Right. That's who Trump is. He's a bitch. And right now, the DOJ is a bitch. They're a bitch for Trump. Yeah.
Well, the DOJ is acting like Trump's personal attorney. I get your point. I want to get your point on this one here. With Trump, Trump says controversial shit. This one here is also going to be under that category. Very controversial.
After we finish defeating Iran, which is being very badly defeated, pretty soon I'll be declaring the Hormuz Strait a territory of the United States. We have the blockade.
He's talking about, and by the way, your background's loud. You got a loud background.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. He's suggesting that I don't know if he's saying it to be, I don't know if he's saying it to be comical, but he's making this indication that we may declare the Strait of Hormuz a U.S. territory. How do you respond to something like that?
I respond to it by saying that he's a dumbass. He don't know his topography. He don't know where the fuck he's at. He don't know what the fuck he's talking about. You think them people gonna be like, okay, yeah, y'all in charge? No, that means it extended part of the war that's going on right now. That's all that means. The longer that you stay in the strait and the longer that you say I got a blockade, the more that they're going to build their little $30,000 drones and they're going to come at your ass. The more they do that, it's not them coming at him. It's my fellow soldiers that they're coming at. The sailors, the shipments, and any other thing that's out there. The Air Force, they keep getting boom boom out the sky. They got shooting shit in other lands.
But okay, considering the toll it would cost America in terms of blood, treasure, finances, and all of that to maintain the Strait of Hormuz in such a hot area, it would be probably for us to maintain the Strait of Hormuz would be probably just as much as the work it takes for Israel to continue to be a nation, because you're putting folks that are not liked in a real hot spot. Why do you think MAGA is cheering it? You see the folks in the background. Why would anybody cheer on us owning the strait? Why do you think they're happy about this?
Because they're violent. Point blank and period. They're violent. They're violent people.
You think MAGA?
People is known as MAGA. MAGA comes from the European states and the European countries. So again, they're violent people. The Russians, they're cold as fuck. They violent. They need a motherfucking blanket to calm their ass down. The goddamn Germans, they cold as fuck. They violent.
You think?
They need a blanket.
You think? And by the way, folks, tap the screen. I need you guys to get it up to 30,000 likes. Some of you guys, let your thumbs not be lazy. Tap the screen if you're watching on TikTok. Smash that like button if you're watching on YouTube, and help your boy out with the hat and mustache. TikTok cap goes. You're saying that the typical Trump supporter, the ones that identify as MAGA, my beloved red hat wearers, you're saying they're violent?
Yeah, they was the only motherfuckers during the first and the second run talking about, and Joe Biden, the first, second, and third run. They was talking about a fucking civil war. They was talking about that shit. They was the one that was off Ripple saying if we don't get what the fuck we want, it's probably gonna be a civil war. And motherfucking Gen X, he's one of them that said the shit. He thought it was gonna be matter of fact, they thought something was gonna pop off when the boy in Texas got the 35 years. The young black man for the poking.
You talking about Carmelo Anthony? Carmelo Anthony?
Yeah, he even was saying that he thought that was gonna get off the chain, and I'm like, man, we know who y'all are. We're not gonna overreact. We just gonna have to try to do what which is circumvent y'all ass through the law.
I don't think, to me, Carmelo Anthony, even though the African-American community was not happy with how that turned out, just like this other guy in Madison, Wisconsin that got killed. In some cases, I think the African-American community is not going to stand up and go crazy on the protest and win. Because it appears to a large portion of the African-American community that this was not unjustified. Like George Floyd, I think all blacks just about believe that was unjustified. Carmelo Anthony, nowhere near as much. There's plenty, like myself, I don't believe Carmelo Anthony is innocent. So I don't believe, I said that, I think Gen X even asked me that. Did I think that, or somebody asked me that, do I think that if he gets sentenced, people are going to act a fool? And I said no, because I know a lot of black people that think what Carmelo Anthony did was wrong. But George Floyd, on the other hand, is different. Or Rodney King or something like that, where everybody believes what they're doing to this guy is wrong. I don't think Carmelo Anthony was like that.
But my point is, why bring up the civil war or is going to be violence? Like you know what we're going to do. No, that ain't what we do. That ain't who we are. If we can peacefully solve it through the law, we will do that. And we have a love-hate with the law. No matter if it's the FBI or if it's the regular police, we have a love-hate for the police because we understand what they're supposed to be doing. However, we don't get that same fucking courtesy that the white tee folks get, period. Hands down, it's FBI approved. Like they have done the statistics. So at the end of the day, even with the FBI, white tee men are more violent. 53 to 59% of the violent crimes that are done in this country is done by white tee men.
They're going to bring up. They're going to bring up Charlie Kirk's favorite number 1350, though.
No, they're going to bring up per capita, and even now, if you go check the statistics, even per capita, it's not true. They're still the leading demographic. So at the end of the day, when you look at that and then turn around and say, okay, we're going to use that. Remember, it's only arrests. It's not convictions. But they also have in the middle, they have something called exonerations. And we're at 56% in the Black community on exonerations. So now whatever the per capita is and any other number that you want to give me, you got to cut that shit 56%.
Yeah, the exonerations, the wrongful arrest and exonerations tell a tale. The African-American community is highly disproportionate on the number of them that are wrongfully. Almost anytime you hear about somebody that has served 20, 30, 40 years in jail for a crime they didn't commit, it's almost always a Black man. It really is. It is almost always a Black man. So the exonerations is off the chain.
Well, a lot of it is foolery. It's a lot of trickery that is done by the Trump administration and being done by Trump and has been done by Trump for a long time. However, I just want you to understand, these are the same people that think trickle-down economics is not a handout. So at the end of the day, because you're waiting on somebody to get a whole bunch of money and give you something back to you.
How about this, though?
For a handout.
Handsome Conservative says it is the Democrats that are violent because they cheered on when the 9-month abortion law was passed in 10 states. Massachusetts just did this, but he's saying that there's a law, in 10 different liberal areas, a woman can terminate a pregnancy up to, the 9th month or up to the time of birth. And he's saying that shows that it's the Democrats that are the violent ones.
Well, I think it's in 10 states in the United States that they allow that to happen. Now, what are the actual specifics behind it? I don't know. So I'm not going to speak on it. And then again, I'm a man, right? And then I don't have anybody that I'm trying to impregnate. So it's not going to affect me. So at the end of the day, their soul and anything that they got going on with the Lord is theirs. Stay the fuck out of it. Stop trying to save souls and just stay in your motherfucking house and shut your motherfucking blinds if you don't want to see what's going on.
But these are babies. Seriously. But their mindset is but their mindset, Stick, is that we're talking about babies are being killed. They're not gonna go in their house and shut the curtains as you're talking about.
No. In most cases, especially in red states, there's no such thing as a baby being unalive. It's a fetus or a zoogite.
You sound like
if we're gonna do it, let's do it properly. Let's not just broad stroke it, because that's what they're doing to Democrats. They broad stroking us. They're all socialists, communists. They're all this and they're all that. No, we ain't. And then you would hear somebody say in the background, they're actually conservatives. So, like, what is it? Like,
it's confusing.
Are we conservatives?
Yeah, it gets to be confusing at times. That I don't, like in the comments, somebody said, I can't wait for men in the WNBA. That's what this branding or demonizing, it does work much better for the right than it does the left, because the WNBA has a rule already that if you went through puberty as a boy, you can't play. But the right has people convinced that the WNBA is about to let a bunch of transgender males. Their own rules say it can't happen. They're skipping over that and pretending like it's going to happen anyway. The demonization works well for their side.
So Donald Trump said if he would run for president again, he would run as a Republican because they're dumb as hell. That's my answer. That's his answer. That's why he's on top, because he been called it out. He been said that they were stupid as fuck. He been knew he could just come out and say any fucking thing and they would believe it because they're dumb fucks. They do no research. They have no arguments. All they have is motherfucking talking points. Shit that they've heard, their Lord and Savior, that man right behind you, sitting up there with the mic looking like a dick.
Their Lord and Savior?
Is Donald Trump.
Lord, it's a miracle.
In his mouth. Yeah, him. That's the reason. That's the reason why that they are so dumb and docile, and the Board of Education is going to be fucked up and no more. And that's the reason why the planes are crashing out of the sky, because this motherfucker likes to tell the companies that they don't have to have a thing called OSHA and shit like that, deregulation. He likes to do shit like that. So congratulations, you have the motherfucking divided states of embarrassment. This is what this shit is. It's divided states of embarrassment.
Wow.
Congratulations.
All right, Stick. Strong language at the end. The divided states of embarrassment. I'm sure that'll come up in the short. Thanks for coming through.
Yes, sir.
Tap the screen. Get us on up to 35,000, if you will. Tap the screen. Let your thumbs not be lazy. Arnita says, mic drop. Coming from a guy that thought Biden was sane. You know, I was one of those guys myself, and I don't know if I would say, I don't think Biden's insane, but I do believe that we overstated his cognitive abilities. Clearly, now with his cancer diagnosis, he was not capable of doing another term. He clearly wasn't. So that would have been a mistake. It was a mistake for him to run for re-election. I, in hindsight, look back and say that. But I am going to push back on the right when they criticize this stuff, because a lot of you folks are going out buying Trump 2028 shit because you guys are trying to claim that Trump is capable of doing a third term. I don't want to hear that you're joking about it. Or no, a lot of you motherfuckers really want him to run a third term. And he'll be 83 in 2028. He's already painting his hand colors. His ankles are swelling. He's falling asleep in public. And he still has 2 more plus years to go on this term. So you guys are basically saying that Trump is capable of being commander-in-chief for 6 more years. I don't know how you look any better than Biden. I don't know how you look any better than the Democrats now, the way we talked about Biden and ignored his cognitive failures. You kind of looking the same way at this point. Anybody that's talking about Trump 2028, you're looking exactly like that now. So he is not capable of doing 6 more years. Trump is not capable of doing that. He is falling asleep out in public now. He is saying a lot of things that don't make sense now. Painting his hands colors and all this shit, taking multiple medical exams and things like that. He is not capable of being a president for 6 more years. You don't sound any better than folks who said Biden could do a second term, including myself. I said it too a few years ago. You don't sound any better than that. And I think history will tell us once all is said and done that neither one of them could do an additional term. I think that probably long before 2032, which is when that 2028 term would end, you won't have anybody that will be saying, yeah, he could have done another term. If he is still even alive in 2032, you won't have anybody saying that he could have done a third. I think all of MAGA will also be saying that Trump was not capable of doing 2028. So it's just right now the Democrats are there. MAGA will join them. Biden was on TV maybe 3 times his whole term. That is false. I love Trump, but he does need to retire and be with family. Kim, I don't think family wants to be with him. I'll be honest with you. I clearly don't think Melania Trump is expecting to spend her Trump's last days with her. I don't believe that. Your man becomes president of the United States and you're in no rush to move to the White House. What wife does that? Well, I want to stay in New York because my son's going to school. What kind of fucking excuse is that? So I don't think Trump retiring to be with his family is kind of funny. I don't think his family is eager to be with him like that. I don't know when Barron Trump, his youngest, when Barron was underage, you know, Trump seems more like one of those send you plenty of money, make sure you live lavishly type fathers that is not actually there. You know, they see you off to boarding school, all that kind of shit. He don't seem like the kind of dad that is taking, you know, that was taking them to ball games and all that kind of shit. My guess is Barron Trump didn't spend a lot of his youthful years with President Trump, but maybe I'm wrong. Somebody says Melania hates him. I don't know if she hates him, But it does not come across as and I think who said that? Abdul El Said said that when Trump posted a picture and was talking about the typical American family. He posted a picture with him next to Melania, and then he posted a picture of Abdul El Said with his wife, and his wife was wearing a hijab or hijab, whatever it's called, the Muslim garb. And he responded when the media asked him about what Trump posted. He was like, "Well, unlike Trump, me and my wife love each other." So, but yeah, I don't look. At the end of the day, I don't think you'll ever hear Trump say, "I want to retire and be with my family." I don't believe he questioned any of them in regards to how they would feel if he became president. They may have found that shit out on the internet. He just decided to run. I don't think he's asking any of them because their house is nicer than the White House. Really? You're going with that? You don't think Laura Bush, her George W. Bush was a very, very wealthy man. You don't think their house was nicer than the White House? The only person that cannot say their house was nicer than the White House is probably Michelle Obama. All the rest of them were considerably wealthy. McCain, if he had won, Cindy McCain was going to the White House. John McCain was very wealthy. So was Mitt Romney and his wife. I bet you they were going to go to the White House. Hey, the house is nicer than the White House. Get the fuck out of here. Because in the comments, yeah, bro, his wife does what she's told. They're Muslim. I bet you Melania Trump is the same way. She's doing what she's told too. Oh yeah, okay, I don't even know how to read this. Somebody says he's ignorant. Typical demon crap with 3 Ks in it. Tap the screen, get us up to 35,000. We're gonna wait for me. Some of you guys are slow on the thumbs. Tap the screen. Tim, we will name Trump king before 2028. Says Teflon Don. If you do, I don't want to hear none of this shit about you not being in a cult. To me, already, it's laughable when a lot of my MAGA side of the aisle tries to chastise the Democrats for saying that Trump is a wannabe king or wannabe dictator, and you guys are wrong for saying that. He posts pictures of himself wearing crowns and shit all the time. Not to mention, I get MAGA saying crazy shit like what you just said. The man posting pictures of himself as the Pope and Jesus, but yet you're criticizing the Democrats for saying he's a wannabe king. He's saying it. He's saying it himself. So it should be understandable that folks are saying that he's a wannabe king. He's posted several pictures of himself online on his social media page wearing crowns and stuff like that. He's saying he's a wannabe king. He showed dignitaries that came to the White House the Trump 2028 hats that they sell there. He showed that stuff. He does want to be a king. I don't see any other reason to think otherwise. Has he really ever came out and showed you otherwise? Looking in the comments or tap the screen. And by the way, if you're watching on YouTube, smash that like button. Helps out the algorithm. Politicians benefit when people judge both sides by the same standard. Politicians have to earn their support. I like that. I don't think it happens, but I like it. Men can be women cult versus Kang Trump cult. Okay. Nobody that has sane or rational thinks that Trump thinks he wants to be king. Yeah, because I think a lot of folks on the MAGA side of the aisle qualifies what I refer to as the Trump whisperers. You know when he's telling the truth and when he's joking. I don't know how you're able to do that, but if he says that, I want to kill everybody in Iran, well, yeah, he was actually just joking. If he actually does it, then you come up with an excuse for why I was legit. The man is posting pictures of himself wearing crowns and dressed as kings. I'm not going to sit here and try to determine whether he's joking or telling the truth. If he says it, that's all I need to know. He says he wants to be king. You can go with it as being a joke or whatever the case. Look, we voted for a president. We didn't vote for a comedian. So if he's saying shit, I'm taking him at his word until I see otherwise. Tomorrow, New Jersey's best. Democrats are so violent they cheer. I saw that already. First of all, I don't think terminating a pregnancy is considered as violent, though. I just, to me, it's a surgery, but I don't see it as being violent. I mean, do you view the Orkin man, pest control, is that violent in your opinion? Tamara, good evening.
What's going on, Tim?
Not much at all. President Trump talking about us taking possession of the Strait Hormuz. What say you?
It's crazy talk, man. It's typical deranged, senile old man living the fantasy of playing the president life.
You think he's living? He is the president. He's not living a fantasy.
Yes, he is a president, but he is almost like a child playing president. That's how I look. I told you this before. He's like a child, like a bunch of kids get together and they want to play a little game, you know, and they play in the little fantasy games or whatever. And that's basically what this presidency is being ran off of. All the tough talk that he does on Twitter and stuff, like the WWE. Like it's the same thing. Hey, Twitter is whatever. Truth Social is Mean Gene, and
Mean Gene. Oh, shout out to Mean Gene. May he rest in peace. I mean, look.
Exactly.
People like him though. People really like Trump. He has a huge following.
More people look. Yeah. Okay. So he's in 30% popularity because people like him, right? Only the cult likes him.
How about this
one?
Only the
cult tolerates him.
How about this one?
Only the cult. Go ahead.
In the comments, Gen X is telling me to hurry up with Tamar. He has my chickens to tend to. What is he referring to?
Man, tell him to lick my left ball sack and suck on his oxygen. Shit. Enough is enough with Gen X. Fucking fake ass wannabe son of anarchy. Right? He's the one that was the one that wrote with the oxygen thing on the show. Oz's father or whatever his name was. What was his name? The dude's father.
Okay. Real quick, I want you to give me your opinion. This is an ongoing poll that I'm about to change soon. But the poll question being, were the January 6th protesters, I'm calling them protesters, not rioters or insurrectionists, were the January 6th protesters actually going to harm Vice President Mike Pence? I asked this.
He was going to,
go ahead.
He was going to sing Kumbaya with him and help him with his makeup. That's what they was going to do to him.
Well, we got 439 respondents so far. 65% of them say yes, they were going to actually harm Mike Pence.
Exactly. Hey, yes, they were. That's what I'm saying. You think they was gonna really help him with his shoes and like he's Mr. Rogers and everything and put a sweater on him? No, they was gonna take him out. They wasn't chanting to hang him for no reason.
Yeah,
what's wrong with these people?
They were certainly chanting that. Here's an interesting prayer for today. Chima says, Lord God, please save us from the demon that is Donald Trump and send he and his pedo friends to the depths of hell in Jesus' name, amen. What kind of prayer is that?
Amen.
Wow. Whoa.
I don't know, but I like it. Amen. Amen. Shoot.
That's a bit harsh.
Hey.
Okay.
It is what it is at this point, Tim.
So
I'm trying to tell you, these people are like literally crazy. Like, I've never really been a big TikTok until I found you. I never actually dealt with TikTok until I started listening to your show.
Thank you.
And I started listening to you on YouTube, and then as the days when we don't have Tim live, I'll mess around and I find some of these other lives. These people are fucking crazy. Like the talk they're talking, it's like these people are really talking that talk. Like and the black ones, they're the worst, Tim.
Black MAGA?
Like, yes, I don't even call them coons no more. Like true story. Like real quick, I was listening to this live and they were talking about I think they were talking about Norman Wells and then they got onto something else. So in the comment section, I asked one of the ladies, I said, do you not like being black? Because the way that it was letting these people, like if you got a crackhead of an uncle
and somebody's talking bad, you might talk bad about him, but you're not going to let somebody else talk bad about him. He was letting this white guy, I forget what his name was, but he was saying like black people would not be able to eat without the white man and all this stuff like this talking like crazy. And you've got black people on your panel allowing this guy to say this and not even, and just kind of like yeah boss, like agreeing with it. Wow. So I asked her the question, did she got all mad, so she was like, come on up. So I came up, but I was at work and they left me on hold for like 20 minutes, so I had to drop out. So later on that day, I came back on, and they were talking about something. The same people were on, and now they were talking about something about Islam. So I came on there to try to make a comment about that, and the girl pulled me, she singled me out. So we started going back and forth, and then she's like, "Oh, you called me a coon?" I said, "Why are you lying? I didn't call you a coon. I asked you a question. Did you not like being black? It was an honest question. Did you did you not like it?" So we're going back and forth, and finally, I was like, "Look." Like, no, she started calling me the N-word, like not the ER one, but with the A at the end. So after like the fifth or fourth time she said it, I called her a bitch. I'm like, yo, you're not gonna keep on like. So she got mad. So everybody's like, oh, you're disrespecting the female.
So it was okay for her to attack you. The minute you threw the bitch back then, I had the exact same thing happen to me, and I was in a room full of African American liberals. Stick the Ruler can tell you, and the minute, and somebody in the comments noticed it too. I see Pink Pineapple says, sounds like the Tim incident. Yeah, the same thing. This woman was attacking me. The minute I called her a bitch, I crossed the line, and everybody wanted me. And my room was full of black liberals. It wasn't any MAGA in there.
Damn, but here's the crazy part. We somehow got to the point where I apologized. She accepted the apology. And here comes this fat, nasty, greasy white chick talking about that's not good enough. You called her a bitch. And like a dummy, she goes back on and was like, oh yeah, you did call me a bitch and this and that and that. I said, wow. Like, so now somebody else that was on the panel, they got into it too. It was like, whoa, like, who the fuck are you to try to tell him that the apology wasn't good enough when she accepted it? So like, I don't
listen. My take on this is simple. Certainly, if you support Trump, I don't want to hear nothing about you have a problem with name calling because you've been defending that. I mean, Trump name calls on the regular, and you don't hear MAGA saying, "Yeah, I like Trump, but I don't think that's right." Most MAGA defend that. So as far as I'm concerned, you're okay with name calling. So I don't, to be criticized and being called names in MAGA at the same time kind of sounds hypocritical.
They didn't vote for that. That's what they'll tell you. They'll tell you. Somebody told me once that that's not what they voted for a compassionate president or compassionate. Somebody that's not gonna do name calling and stuff. That's not what they voted for.
They say they voted for the policies, but I don't get it because what Trump campaigned on is totally different than what he's doing, and they're okay with what he's doing. So to me, I said this on a short and on one of my YouTube videos the other day, and I got hammered in the comments from some of my MAGA viewers. I said that the Democrats, they vote based on whatever principle they stand for, whether it's for the socialist stuff or the working class, whatever. I said MAGA, unlike the Republicans, they didn't vote for policy or principle. They voted for Trump. And it doesn't matter what Trump does, they're going to switch with him. And they were telling me, no, we voted for the policies and shit. I'm like, well, he's not doing what he said he was going to do, and you're still riding.
Exactly. And they think they're winning. There's people that go on these lives and they got this little background thing. Oh, we're winning, and that the liberals are upset about it. I'm like, how are y'all winning? Like, can you explain how you're winning? Oh, good. Oh, you're just a crazy Democrat, a Democrat. Oh, you go repeat everything your daddy says, huh?
No, they're winning because it's pissing off the Democrats. I mean, they're winning because Trump is beating the court cases and all of the, they're winning because Trump is going after liberal outlets and suing them and taking them off air. They view those as wins. It ain't working for them. It doesn't benefit.
It's not winning for them.
But that's what I mean when I say they Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I mean when I said they voted for Trump. They didn't vote for the policies. They want Trump to win. Even if it doesn't change their life at all, they take pleasure in seeing him being victorious for his own personal issues.
Yeah, you're right. It's crazy. You know your boy, Straight Cold Talk. What he does is, what I've noticed, what he does a lot. He'll come on, like when you start your live, he'll come on, be in the comment section and try to steal some of your liberal, your right hand people, and then he'll go live where you're live. Oh. He's did that at least 3 or 4 times lately. I was like, wait till the next time I get up here. I'm gonna let Tim know what that little crazy little loser, no following ass motherfucker is doing.
Listen, I really enjoy talking to my MAGA viewers. I give them nothing but respect when they're on the show. We may disagree on some shit, but I give them time to state their case. I don't censor any of them. If they want to go to Straight Talk, look, it's a free program. You can go wherever you want, but look, it is what it is. And for me, that's been my problem, because I would like to have a significantly greater MAGA audience, but free speech and uncensored programming, it doesn't seem to be what MAGA wants. What they want is favoritism towards Trump, and I'll give him credit where he deserves it, but I'm going to give him criticism too. And I don't think MAGA likes Trump being criticized, so that's costing some MAGA viewers.
They're in your comment section all day. I call them comment section gangsters. They stay in the comment section. And I'm telling them, I'm like, if you feel that way, why don't you come up and explain it to Tim? Tim will pull you up right away. Yeah. No, I'm gonna stay over there and make my little comments about Trump being the greatest president. And that's what they do. But they stay in the comment section.
Let me make it clear. Well, since you just said that, let me make it clear to all my beloved MAGA that are watching right now. When we say the program is MAGA friendly, we mean it. We don't block, ban, or censor you. If you come up live, like my caller here is, we let you get your point across. We don't limit your time or try to change your opinion. We push back and allow you to do the same. It's all about respect. So if you do have the Clapper, Instagram, TikTok, or Substack apps, it's free. Get one of those apps. The Handsome Liberal is the same name on all platforms, and we'll let you talk. So you don't have to just stay in the comment section. We'll address comments, but you can be a live caller as well.
Come on up. Tim, come on down, as they used to say, for the price right.
Yeah.
Come on down.
And I see in the comments, but check this one out. In the comments, who said that? It skipped over, but somebody said you do limit. Oh, it came from Ray Daniels. He says you do limit the time. Now you ask MAGA Reacts. MAGA Reacts be on the program for like a half hour. I don't give nobody that kind of time.
Spewing all his dumb thoughts and crazy talk. That motherfucker, bro.
He said you do.
We're not even go. Hey Tim, how come our number one ally is not helping our soldiers that on those ships?
Because they're paying enough money. They're paying enough money through AIPAC.
Yeah. So why they not sending supplies?
To me,
we're basically in this mess because of them.
Yeah. To me, what the Israelis have done via AIPAC is they've essentially hired us out like mercenaries. I mean, we'll give you money and you be the muscle. That we're pretty much Israeli bodyguards.
Well, shoot, that doesn't take away the reason why they can't send supplies to our sailors.
Well, they gave you the AIPAC.
That would help.
We'll give the right politicians money through AIPAC. They're fucking capitalists. They're greedy. I'm talking if I'm like an Israeli, Israeli investor or Israelis, somebody who wants Israel to have its right in the region. These are fucking capitalists. These people are greedy. Give them enough money and they'll do whatever the fuck you say. You won't have to help them out. You won't have to get involved in any of their conflicts. Just pay off the right Yankee politicians and they'll make sure that, whatever we need is being done. They'll supply you with weapons. They'll even put their own men out in the front line and not even ask for help. Just grease the right palms. And that's what's happening.
Yeah. It's a shame. It's a shame that for him to say that they're not out there longer. And once again, you go on different on MAGA lives or whatever, and these people are sitting up, oh, we need more evidence that this is really happening and this and that. Like their families is not enough proof that you need that our troops. And even if it's not 100% truth, there's got to be some truth in it. You've been on water for over 250 days. You haven't docked.
You haven't went to a single doc. They do that almost every 3 weeks, supposedly.
I mean, but let's be clear. Something showing lack of empathy from the MAGA side. Is that really that shocking? I mean, they're deporting people to Africa and shit. I mean, they're blowing up drug boats. I mean, do you really expect them to? Have they shown you that they're empathetic at all?
It should be when it comes to our soldiers. There's people that's actually on these lives that talk about, oh, I served in the military. I know how it is, and this is not, and it's not true. This and that. Like, how are you going to say it's not true if you've been on water for over 250 days? Now it's over 260 days actually. So like
that's got to be rough.
How bad could how could it not be? Like, how could some of that not be true?
Yeah.
Of what's being said. I'm not saying everything is true, but golly, it's got to be some truth to it.
Yeah, I talked
is the truth.
I talked to Travelman earlier, who's he's a veteran, retired Navy guy, and he was talking about how when you're on a carrier, you work 12 hours on and 12 hours off. So you're working 12 hours a day, and there is no weekend off. You work 12 hours the whole time. So 200 and some straight days of 12-hour shifts. That's got to be crazy. I mean, I don't care what you're doing.
I feel terrible for these people. Like, and I'm not even a big military person, but I support our troops and stuff. But for you to sit up there and say that everything about the troops, or we support our troops in this, and now that you're hearing stuff about your troops and in bad situations, and now all of a sudden it's not true. Like, you just automatically, it's not true. This is coming from the left. The left is trying to fabricate stuff to make Trump look bad and all this other stuff, bro. He even said it. He's not denying that they haven't been on scene for 60 days.
Yeah, I got to move it on, but I wouldn't be surprised if some of them folks get off that boat and be trying to find a way out of the Navy. I would assume it might also be hurting the recruitment going forward. I mean, the way he just nonchalantly said, it ain't long enough. That's for the ship that's on the way to Washington, that's coming to relieve the Abraham Lincoln. If you're on that ship and you're relieving a ship that's been at sea that long, and you hear the president say they ain't been at sea long enough, how do you feel if you're on the Washington hearing them say that while you're just going to relieve them?
Unbelievable. I don't even think he realized what he said. Like, he just said it to say it. Honestly.
It's a horrible thing to say. It's a horrible thing to say. I got to move it on, but it's a horrible thing to say during this time. He didn't read the room. Go real quick.
GPS Pound Town. If Gangsta Grandma comes to see you.
I gotta go. Tap the screen. Get us on up to 45,000. We'll take the next call at 45,000. Reading a couple comments. That's because you colored folks are lazy and don't know what hard work is, says Teflon Don. I'm assuming you got a lot of black friends and you don't know anybody that's racist at all, because that sounds like a very loving statement. Teflon says that's because you colored folks are lazy and don't know what hard work is. Here's the crazy thing. Your grandfather, your great-grandfather, somebody brought over a whole bunch of black folks and made them work for free. Didn't pay them shit. Even had them making their beds and breastfeeding their kids. But you're going to say the black people are lazy, huh? Okay. All right. Now, I guess you don't see the hypocrisy in that, huh? Bringing over a whole bunch of people to do all your work for free while you just sit there and then call them people lazy. I tell people all the time, after 400 years of that shit, maybe we just on lunch break. I don't know. But you bring over all these motherfuckers and make them work for free, and you just stand there cracking a whip and shit. Not to mention making your bed and cooking your dinner and breastfeeding your kids. That's really fucking lazy. Even the lazy people I know don't have nobody do that for them. That's really fucking lazy. You got somebody else's titty in your kid's mouth. A black woman, a Negro. And you want to say they're lazy? God, you got that backwards. Your car is like stuck in reverse, huh? You just sit in the back seat, turn out and face the back window, and you drive that way, huh? Just stuck in reverse. You completely backwards to say something like that. You clearly don't know your history. Anyway, look it in the comments. I just call him a criminal piece of shit, says Pick and Grin. because that's exactly what he is. Okay, in the comments, I can't believe he said something like that. He just, wow. And his entire family are a bunch of grifters. They're making good money, Surf Bandito. They're making good money. Why is there only 2 parties? We should have 51 candidates from each state. Money. You can't. I mean, the party with the most money is going to get rid of the parties that don't have. I mean, you'd have to pass some kind of law that limits the power of money and politics and a whole bunch of other stuff. That's the only way you're going to have a bunch of different parties, is you're going to have to pass laws, because as long as there's money in politics, you can't compete with that. With the money in the Democrat and the money in the Republican Party, they can put more ads on TV, billboards, and newspaper ads for anybody who still reads the newspaper. But the fact, internet ads, you can name it. If you don't have any money, it's going to be hard for you to get name recognition. I suppose you still can knock on doors and stuff like that and try to press the flesh, but you need those television ads and stuff that cost money. I would say if you wanted a law that attempted to have more than just 2 parties, I've said this many times, I believe that what they should do is target media outlets, billboards, all of this stuff, as a condition of owning a television station, for instance. Because you need to get an FCC license, a broadcast license, to be able to transmit. Same thing on radio. You got to get call letters and all this stuff. As a condition of maintaining your FCC license, every election, you have to donate 30 minutes, an hour per day. Not 30 minutes, 30 seconds rather. A commercial break is 30 seconds long. Maybe 4 commercials or whatever number you want to come up with. They have to be donated to the candidates running that year. So every 2 years, the national elections. That way people who don't have a lot of money could get their name recognition out that way. As a condition of having an FCC license, during national elections, every television station is required to donate a certain amount of airtime to registered, certified political candidates every day, every week, whatever you want to say. And there's so many television stations and channels that would allow people to get their name, at least get their message heard by more people. You just got to target the areas where money is limiting other parties from getting involved. But now you got folks that are all over the internet, and they don't need a bunch of money because of this rule I just came up. They're all over television. They're all over, et cetera, et cetera. You can do it that way, but you still got to limit how many. Let's say you limited it at 5 or 6, 10 parties or whatever you want to say. In each party, you get a free 2 30-second ads on each channel per day, per week, per whatever, and it's free. Just like as a citizen, you have to submit to jury duty. That's your civic duty. You have to do that. That could be their civic duty as a radio or as a broadcast station. Your civic duty is during an election, you got to give out that spot like that. So a lot of Americans that lose money during jury duty, but it's your civic duty. You got to do it. Okay, the television station loses a little bit of money. It's your civic duty. Anyway, looking in the comments, men should not be allowed in women's bathrooms or in women's sports. You guys get a lot of mileage out of that. I got to say shout out to MAGA and the Republican Party. The hatred of the transgender community, they get a lot of good, solid mileage out of that. People do actually vote because they believe Democrats are going to shove men down women's throats. It's really not happening anywhere. Most MAGA are not in any danger of a biological male playing against their daughter in sports or some dude walking in the bathroom with their kid. It's just not happening really anywhere. But they've gotten a lot of solid mileage out of it. So, like I said, I don't know how radicalization on the left gets the left punished significantly greater than radicalization on the right, but it does have. I mean, like, you know, some of the things Trump says are pretty fucking radical statements. And, you know, like what he just said about the ship not being deployed long enough. That's really fucking anti-military to say that. I mean, when the Stars and Stripes, the military magazine, and all of them are reporting how bad the stuff is going on that vessel, for Trump to say it's not out long enough, that's really fucking anti-military. But he is going to get away with that. The left would get buried with something like that. Just like the defund the police. That's horrible how people view the left for saying they want to defund police in the way they view police. President Trump pardoning folks who beat the shit out of Capitol Police officers and wanted to give them money for it. Nowhere near as much outcry. So I don't know how that works, but I'll give a shout out to MAGA. They are able to do it and pull it off some kind of way. You know, they're viewed as the pro-military, pro-law enforcement party while actively doing that stuff. Looking in the comments, I'm not one of those people that think men should be in women's bathrooms. If you weren't born with a uterus, then get your Franken beans with the rest of them. I don't believe in men and women's sports or child mutilation surgery for kids either. I don't agree with any of it. I just think it's not an issue. I don't understand why it comes up almost every day on the right. If you ask the right to present 5 cases of this shit, they couldn't. In a country of 400 million people, show me 5 transgender athletes that are playing on a women's team. They couldn't produce it. 400 million people in this country. They could not produce that. Yet it comes up literally in millions of right-wing conversations. It is a non-issue that gains a lot of weight on the right. They couldn't give you, most of them couldn't give you one athlete. Not one out of all of the girls' NCAA, elementary school teams, high school teams around the country, all of the different teams, professional teams, they couldn't give you 5 transgender athletes that are doing this. And it gains a lot of weight on the right. I just don't know why. Even in the comments here, is the internet grammar can be lax. I don't know what that means. Let me go back to the box. Are we at 40,000? Tap the screen. Get us over the hump. I'll take the next caller at such. They have a slush fund for the Senate and Congress. What's wrong with having a slush fund for a lawfare? I don't know. 2 wrongs don't make a right. How about we start there? What are you defending slush funds now? Because they got one in Congress, so let's have another one? I mean, my guess is you probably think the one in Congress is wrong. So, well, we got one over here. Let's do another wrong one over here for a bunch of folks that are on video pepper spraying and beating the shit out of police and suggesting they want to hang the vice president. Let's give them a few bucks. Once again, I give credit to the right because they can make statements like that and do well, but anybody talking about supporting BLM is the enemy. I don't see how anyone supporting January 6th should not be put in the same category. That was pretty bad. So I don't know, but the right does have the ability to escape the same criticism for radical shit like the left does. If it's not such an issue, what is Royce White protesting against? I don't even know who Royce White is. I don't know. I just know that the average girl playing sports in America, on up to women as well, women in professional sports, all the way down to some girl playing at the T-ball level. They're just not worried about a man playing against them or a biological boy. It's just not happening. If it was happening, the right would be at those games with cameras showing you some dude that's on a high school basketball team with girls and he's, a foot taller than them. They would be showing you that shit. Or some biological male that's playing women's softball and he's hitting home runs all the time or sliding in. They would be showing it to you. They would be showing you real world examples of biological males playing on women's sports if it actually was happening. The fact that they don't even have a Lincoln Riley to give you. Not even one case of it. That shows you that it's not happening. Nobody's stopping you from bringing your phone or camera to a high school basketball game or a high school or college softball game all over America. If this was happening, you would see it. Fox would love to put that on TV. Fox News or Newsmax, they would absolutely love to show that to you. They don't have any cases to give you. That's why all you're hearing is speculation and fear-mongering about it. It's actually not happening. Listen, no one is hating on the transgenders. That's not the issue. That's what I refer to as bullshit, sir. They are hating on the transgender. You don't want them, you don't want any of their shit being sold in Target. That's a store that anybody can go to. You don't want any of their books in schools. That allegedly is harmful to children. You obviously don't want them in the bathrooms. You don't want them playing on teams. You don't even want them on the side of a fucking adult beverage. Fact is, anywhere the transgender community shows up, the right has a problem with it. How is that not hate? Anywhere they show up, I don't want them in my movies. I don't want them in my commercials. I don't want to see anything about them. How is that not hate? Anywhere they show up, you got a problem with them. But you don't hate them, though. Okay, all right. If it was just about biological males on teams or mutilation surgery, I could get it. But when you start shooting beer cans and shit, now you have a problem. Anywhere they show up, you got a problem with them. I don't like the pride parades, or I don't want a gay bar in my community. Anywhere they are at, you got a problem with it. That's hate. If men want to wear women's makeup, shoes, and hair, okay, but you're still not a woman. You do realize Trump wears orange makeup, right? You do realize that, right? The dude is covered in fucking makeup, even on his hands. I mean, you got a problem with that? How many LGBTQ women centers versus churches? That's a good question. I don't have an answer for that, but we'll go to the box. Tap the screen, get us up to 50,000. I'm gonna keep pushing that because the likes are low. Smash that like button if you're watching this on YouTube as well. I'm gonna change the poll question momentarily, but before we continue, and the poll question was: were the January 6th protesters actually going to harm Mike Pence if they caught him? To conclude, we ended up having right at 500 respondents, 494. 65% said yes, they were going to actually harm Pence if they had caught up to him. 35% say no. MAGA reacts. What say you on that question?
That's definitely a no, Tim. Just like Iran never got ended, we never nuked them, all this bullshit is the leftist fear-mongering. I mean, fuck, where are all these dead people you keep telling us we're going to kill?
We're dead people. What do you mean dead people we're going to kill? What are you talking about?
I mean, fucking, apparently millions of people have died from USAID and from all the laws we're changing and from the abortion going back to the States. And, you know, every fucking time it's like, oh, they're killing all these people. Oh, they're cutting Medicaid. All these people are dying. Where the fuck are these busloads of dead people, Tim?
Well, with USAID, I don't think you should need to see any evidence. You would have to know that what we were doing with USAID was life-saving measures. If we stop it, people are going to die. I mean, what do you think? We cut out USAID and the people are just fine?
Tim, I told you we didn't cut it out. The U.S. State Department already went out and replaced it. Everything that USAID funded, the State Department went out, talked to the countries, and funded it themselves.
Wait. So you're saying the people, the countries of USAID that were receiving money from America. Once we cut that out, you're saying currently they're receiving just as much as they were before Trump became president.
No, so you added something. You added just as much. I didn't say just as much. They're receiving money. There was a little bit of
if you were giving me,
they're getting 80% of the money.
If you were giving me $10,000 a month and now they're giving me $2 a month, I'm still receiving money. What is that saying?
No, they're getting 80%. There was a 20% cut because you got to know at least 20% of what USAID was bullshit.
Where's the 80% coming from?
You're right, and it's not 100%. At least 20% was bullshit.
Where's the 80% coming from?
What do you mean, the State Department?
So we're still sitting.
The State Department.
Where have you seen it? I have not heard this before.
Spend 5 minutes Googling it, Tim. Spend 5 minutes Googling it, and you'll see it.
80%
already has done. You know what we did with Iran? The MOUs. They've already done I don't know if it was 23 or 32 MOUs to fucking give all these countries the same money they were getting from USAID, but through the State Department.
Alexa, Is America still sending the money canceled by USAID through the State Department? And if so, at what percentage?
The United States isn't sending the canceled USAID funds through the State Department. About 83% of USAID programs were terminated, and the remaining roughly 18% were transferred to the State Department's Bureau of Disaster and Humanitarian Response.
It went from 80, no, it's actually 80% is what we cut, according to this.
First of all, Google it yourself. Alexa sucks at answering these questions. I don't know why you keep using her. You have a computer screen behind you.
It's the same
Pull up
thing.
a browser. No, it's not, Tim. No, it's not. Because she answered a different question than what I said.
What is your
She
question?
answered what I said. There was the U.S. State Department had 23 MOUs that replaced about 80% of what the USAID used to do. She answered something about they cut 80%. I guess there's still USAID is still around, but it's only 20% left. So maybe it's the 20%.
No, that ain't no. I actually asked. I asked the question. See, the problem is you talked over her answer, so you didn't hear what she said. I asked about the State Department.
What she said.
I asked about the State Department.
And there's 20. No, you asked about the USAID more than the State Department. So she told you that the State Department took over 20%. No, fuck. Let's just Google it together, Tim. How about this?
What are you putting in there? I'm pretty sure. I'll just say before you tell me what to put in here, I will just say, considering the lack of empathy from the Trump administration, even on Americans being killed by ICE, it would really shock me if they're still giving USAID 80%. That would be shocking if he's doing it. But tell me what to put in.
Hold on, give me 1 second.
Alexa, can you repeat my last answer?
The United States isn't sending the canceled USAID funds through the State Department. About 83% of USAID programs were terminated, and the remaining roughly 18% were transferred to the State Department's Bureau of Disaster and Humanitarian Response.
She says it ain't coming to the State Department at all, unless she is. She got to be really fucking wrong. To me, the lack of empathy from the Trump administration, what you're saying don't even sound like that administration, something they would even do. Alexa, stop.
Just because you don't hear everything the administration does.
Alexa, stop.
All right, hold on 1 second.
This is not a giving administration. It just isn't. For them you're making it sound like they're pretty much still doing it. They just switched the source it's coming from. That don't sound like the Trump administration.
Pretty much what they did.
Yeah, that don't sound.
Not?
Tell me what to put in. I'm waiting because I don't believe this at all. I know the device I'm using may not always be accurate, but I don't think it's that far off.
It's rarely accurate.
Okay, well, give me what you're talking about because I don't believe that.
I'm looking for it, Tim. I wasn't really coming up here to talk about that.
Yeah, I don't believe that. The Trump administration has just been very unempathetic. I mean, you got people at sea now, and he's saying that they haven't even been at sea long enough. This dude has shown he don't give a fuck about people. He don't come across somebody who would still be helping out. He didn't even help out Ukraine. He got aired war, and he said, fuck them. And he gonna still send money to USAID? That don't sound like his MO. It's hard to believe from that point. I would really be shocked if you find that.
I found it the other day.
The day has changed. Then Cal says 80% canceled, 18%. That was what was left to humanitarian.org. That sounds more reasonable from Trump.
Hold on a second.
I see that comment.
Let's get back to it later. I'm still looking.
You can keep looking into the count. You ain't gonna find it. The Trump administration has been anything.
Find it and I will send it to you. I'm surprised.
You ain't gonna find that. You are not gonna find that.
If you look at your messages, let me look at your messages.
You're not gonna
send it to you already.
You just wasted some of your time. You ain't gonna find that.
Gonna get busy living or get
Hold on. I gotta mute the fucking computer.
So yeah, Morgan Freeman talking to Brooks. Get busy living and get busy dying. Tap the screen. Get busy getting the likes up to 50,000. I need y'all to do that. God damn. A lot of lazy. We're trying to deliver an entertaining show here. Help out with the hat, mustache, TikTok, cap goes. No love today at all. Democrats.
For the record, I work Saturdays, so you're not gonna really get me on Saturdays. I know somebody earlier was like, where the fuck is Nagarietz?
I get it. Obama and Biden, that's the maggots' only answer to every question about Trump. It does come up a lot. I don't know why Obama's coming up in anything. He's been gone for almost a decade. Obama's name shouldn't come up at all.
By the way, as bad as things are on these ships, and I'm not saying they're good, the fucking army and people went through a lot worse during the fucking Iraq war and shit like that. I remember hearing stories about being stop loss, doing 4 or 5 tours in a row, people sleeping in tanks and fucking all kinds of horror stories from the previous wars. So this isn't much of a horror story to me. I mean, I'm not gonna pretend like
well,
it's good,
but when you say they need to be at sea longer, it makes it clear you don't give a fuck about what they're going through, whether it's a horror story or not. I mean, what Trump said,
they're already on their way home, Tim.
That ain't what he said. What he indicates is they don't need to be on their way home. He said they ain't been at sea long enough.
Listen, fucking sadly enough, these reporters could probably get Trump to say anything at this point. As long as they say it, he'll say the opposite.
Okay, but he's going to be held accountable for that.
I guess you're right, but it's also not that serious because he's not telling them, "Oh, you got to keep staying out there." They're already on their way home.
What he said shows he don't.
He was like telling them, "No, it's not enough. We're gonna keep."
What he said, look, what he said was horrible. No matter how you interpret it, it was saying to those folks, I don't give a fuck about the fact you've been out here 250 days. It was showing no sympathy for what they're going through whatsoever. It doesn't matter if they're getting relieved
because they're on their way home.
It doesn't matter that they're on their way home. But according to him, they should be.
Didn't give a fuck. Fucking George Bush when he kept those. Obama when he kept those people in Iraq and stop loss them.
I'm going to say what I say all the time. If Trump is doing something wrong, bringing up something somebody else did wrong in the past is irrelevant. I mean,
forget that shit. You know where it would be worse than the ship? In fucking on the ground in Iran. Would they rather be on the ground in Iran? Because that's what would have happened.
I don't know if
any other president.
I don't know if any of that defends what Trump said, though. None of that defends that. Bringing up other scenarios.
What do you mean? They're on a ship.
None of that.
On the ground being shot at. You know they're the safest on the ship. Like if they're on a base in one of these other countries and have rockets hitting them, but because they're on a moving ship, they're a moving target and they're very hard to hit. That's why Iran hasn't hit any of our ships.
Didn't
Not
count.
only do our ships have the best countermeasures, they're also
okay. You gotta guess. You gotta guess, Maga. Didn't count. Go ahead.
Maga reacts. You have no idea of what happens in these military settings. For you to come up here saying what happened in
because
hold on. Let him finish. You gotta let him finish. Go ahead.
Something that happened during Desert Storm, so it's okay. The other day, somebody from the Trump administration was talking about what people went through during D-Day and all of that shit.
I was talking about Operational Freedom, fucking 2008, which I had friends that are still friends with me today that were there.
Work on your job 12 hours on, 12 hours off, almost a year. With no break, no Sunday, holidays, none of that shit. Every day. I don't care what.
Yeah, that's how the military is. You think these people on the ground in bases and whatever, Fallujah, get to go home on the weekends?
I'm not comparing what happened to people on the ground. The people on the ground were trying to do a specific job. The people in the Navy were trying to do a specific job. All of the people that y'all comparing them to, even the tours of duty were longer, but guess what? Those people were leaving off the station, going to ports where they got to relax, where they got to be able to relax and chill out and have.
Yeah, they're not getting shot at like the people on those bases. They're not getting rockets. Even right now, if you're in a base, you're more likely to get hit by a rocket than on a ship.
I worked in the engine room in 140 degrees every day.
Is it me or is anyone else having problem hearing him?
Well, you're talking over him a lot. Hang on a second. Go ahead, Denko.
Listen, I worked on a Navy vessel. I worked in the engine room, working sometimes to 12 hours on, 12 hours off, maybe sometimes 8 and 6, 6 on, 6 off. You don't get a relief from whatever you think. Nobody has to shoot me with a fucking gun for that to be be stressful on my life, on my family, and everything around me. Ships are not designed for people to be out there indefinitely, even though they may have a nuclear reactor for propulsion. You don't subject people to that kind of stress for that long and expect not to have a problem. That's why people were fucking jumping off the fucking ship.
MAGA?
Are you done?
He's done.
Is he done? Can I talk now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I'm not trying to
Yeah, you are.
Shit.
You
No, what I'm trying to say is fucking the military is what is expected from you in the fucking military. We've had soldiers in fucking Iraq and Afghanistan in this century, in this fucking decade, that have gone through just as bad and even worse conditions. I mean, we've been hearing about these stories forever, and this is not anywhere near the top 10 of what the military had to endure for our freedom. This is like the bottom of the list.
He says that is but he's
versus
saying
getting shot at, versus being stop loss, versus being fucking killed.
But he's saying that's in your opinion, though.
Listen, nobody
give me an example lower than this. Give me an example of soldiers enduring less than this. And I'm talking about modern time, not fucking World War I.
almost a year. Nobody.
Say that again. Say that again. Dinkel, repeat that.
Nobody that's serving in the military right now and probably in the last 50 years have gone out on any mission where they were getting shot at or whatever the situation may be, where they were on the ground in the battle for no damn 250 fucking days. That's not logical. But you wouldn't know that because you have no understanding of what's been taught, how they prepare, and what everybody understands that's in that situation. That it's obviously unusual if people are saying shit. I don't understand why you gotta push back on something. You have no idea what's going on.
I'm not pushing back.
Yeah, you are. Yes, you are pushing back.
No, it's not pushing back. I'm just adding more information. I'm giving you some extra information. You're acting like this is the worst, most horrendous thing ever done. Like this has to be like the worst thing the fucking military's ever done to soldiers.
So
when they're sailors, sailors.
So MAGA, when Trump said they ain't been at sea long enough, how should the sailors have viewed that?
I mean, whatever. They're getting home.
That ain't what I asked you. That ain't what I asked you.
They can view it whatever way they want. They're heading home. They'll be home and relaxing for the next year.
Yeah, what he said was terrible. And if Biden had to say the same shit, you would have no problem pointing it out. But when Trump says it, well, you know they are going home though. You don't want to answer to the fact that.
Because they have to wait for the Washington to get on station. That takes a couple weeks.
Okay, but they're still on their way home. They're still getting done. I mean, I've heard way worse from people being stuck in Iraq and Afghanistan for a very long time. For this to come up, I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I agree with what you said. Dinkel says just because you've heard way worse doesn't mean their reality doesn't exist. It's like you're going to.
I didn't say it didn't exist.
I mean, you're bringing it up as a counter some kind of way. It's like going to the hospital because your head hurts, and the nurse said, "Well, the last guy came in here didn't have no arms." That ain't got shit to do with me. I don't care about the last guy.
It's more like, you know, you got your foot shot off, and you're like, the last guy lost both his feet. So we're saying the same thing, but this isn't the worst I've heard out of like that situation. And they're safer than the ones on the ground. They're in a moving target, so they're a lot harder to hit by rockets, and they're a lot safer than anybody at any of those military bases. How many of them have been injured? We have 400-something people injured, 18 dead. How many of them are from the Navy?
Okay, as Dinkel pointed out, these people are working 12 hours on, 12 hours off. It's the conditions there. It had nothing to do with being shot at. It's the environment. Just being in the military doing what they're doing is stressful enough to have to do that for 12 hours a day, 200 days in a row. It ain't got nothing to do with what Iran is doing. It's just what the job itself entails, going on that long with no downtime is what he's talking about.
Think about that. Just think, whatever
I agree. That's bad, but it's also worse if you're getting deployed 3 times in a row, fucking having 3 tours in fucking Iraq and Afghanistan during the ISIS situation or during the original war. Is something wrong with my audio?
No, we hear you.
We pay enough taxes to understand that we're supposed to be improving the military. We should look back at past performance and say, well, at least we ain't got it as bad as they had it. No. All of these trillions of dollars we put into the military should improve our situation. Should improve the
And it has been improved.
No, it hasn't.
Holy shit! The fact that these people could call home and complain. You tell me the last time military could call home on the regular like that. That's 10 years ago, 15 years ago. There was no calling home and complaining. There's no calling home at all. You're fucking missing and seeing until you come back. I mean, think you were on the how many phone calls did you get to have back in the day?
Listen, just because you can call home or you can text message somebody does not mean it changes the fact of what you're doing every day. It actually
I agree.
worse for some people because they have the stress of everyday life, trying to manage everyday life at home, at the same time trying to stay focused on their job.
Yeah. In the comments, hold on a second, guys. In the comments, tonight, just ask Alexa, how many troops committed suicide in Iraq? Now, that is over a period of years, though.
The Pentagon reported at least 22 suicides among troops serving in Iraq, most occurring after major combat ended.
Well, that's she said after combat. That's 22, but that is a significantly longer war with significantly greater number of troops involved. So I don't think these two things, I mean, there's only a few thousand people on that one vessel. When you think about how many folks served in Iraq, it's going to be hundreds of thousands, and it's over a longer period of time. So these things are on different stories. Alexa, stop.
You can also ask Alexa how many people today of the military veterans are committing suicide daily now, today.
Yeah, I've heard that's pretty bad as well. But I'm still focused on what MAGA's doing, which is trying to downplay Trump saying they haven't been at sea long enough. I don't understand how that doesn't come across as being a terrible thing to say. I don't see how you can spice that up or spin that in any other way other than say that was a horrible thing for him to say.
I didn't try to do that.
Yeah, you did.
I said it's stupid, and he would have said. I mean, it was stupid of him to say. I'd rather he didn't say it, but he fucking said it. And those fucking reporters couldn't make him say anything. That's how they framed it. I don't even know if he even heard the question, but
yeah, he
they
did.
didn't get him to say anything with that fucking.
He clearly heard it. Yeah, he clearly heard it. I mean,
no, he did. I think he did. I don't want to fucking make that point.
Yeah, that's crazy. He not only that, but he also denied that people are even concerned with what's going on the ship. Let me see if it's only a few seconds.
Listen,
go ahead.
These people will be home in a couple of months. We'll find out how miserable they were, or this is all bullshit from.
And not under the Trump administration. Probably gonna threaten them if they say what happened. They gonna probably come home to threats. They ain't gonna let that shit get out.
How many people on that ship? 2,000, 5,000. Good luck keeping that many people quiet.
Yeah, I don't deny it.
Especially if they're that miserable. If they're as miserable as you say, they're going to be writing books about it. The horrors of the fucking whatever. What is it? Whatever the ship's called. And I don't want to even defend this shit, but the fact that you guys are attacking it, like, I mean, I've heard of way worse.
I mean, but that's the problem is that no matter what happens, there are people who've done things that is worse than Jeffrey Dahmer. Like, no matter what somebody brings up on Trump, instead of addressing what happened, we go to something that happened that was worse. So you'll never address anything he does based on that, because there's always going to be somebody that did something worse.
But this is also like a real military deployment. This isn't regular day-to-day shit. It's not like it's going to be the way. It's not like from now on ships are going to be out there for 250 days at a time. This is a special fucking military situation, not the normal. So that's like the same argument I was trying to, I guess, make with the other examples of the Iraq War and all the other situations where people were going through a lot of shit that a normal person shouldn't go through. But it was a special situation. It wasn't like the normal military. And same with this. This is a special situation. It's not normal fucking operations.
Okay, Denkel, go ahead.
These special operations and these unusual circumstances are all Trump's doing. He sent the fleet out of their regular order down to Venezuela.
They're always the
Hold on, MAGA, hold on.
Fuck does that
MAGA,
mean?
wait, hold on. He didn't finish his point. Go ahead, Denkel. Denkel, MAGA, you can't just talk over it. Let the man finish, and then you counter. I know you're eager to talk over the man. Let him finish his point. Go ahead, Denkel.
He personally, for his own personal reasons, sent those people down there, the whole battle group down to Venezuela to sit off the fucking coast, blowing up small dinghies. Then he sent that exact same people who should have went home from a cruise all the way across the Atlantic Ocean, through the Mediterranean, through the Red Sea, all the way over there to the Gulf. And now they've been over there executing his mission. That is not a normal rotation. That's not during the Gulf War. It was a rotation. You also got to get off a station and go to different ports or call to unwind. They have not been able to do that.
Hold on, do we have a blockade during the Gulf War? I mean, I understand, like, compared to the Army and all that, the Navy, I don't want to fucking make this argument, but you're kind of forcing me. Like, yeah, of course the Gulf War, they could go home because they weren't being used as much as the fucking Army that's on the ground. And, you know, like, this is the fucking military, first of its kind military blockade, as far as I know, except unless you count Cuba. You know?
We were over there. We could go a couple of countries over. We could stop. We could let the people off the ship. We could let them relax. That's the whole reason why you have R&R.
I understand, but
nowhere in the Middle East right now can American ship for that.
Wow.
That is different. That is different from any other time, and that's because Donald Trump wanted this war.
Wow.
What do you mean? Bush wanted the Iraq War. The military always serves at the pleasure of the president. You act like this is new, and you act like Iran was our best friend until fucking Trump made them our enemy. These people have been our enemies for 50, 60 years. So I don't know, like, you act like they were our BFFs, and Trump turned them into our enemies.
Hold on, gentlemen. In the
you
comments,
gotta repeat yourself. I don't hear you half the time.
Hold on. In the comments, LJ, I think, or EJ says more people are going to die. They don't just die overnight, dumbass. MAGA Reacts is your drumbeat viewer. Where are all these dead people? Think of my. I'm just reading. I got to move it on, gentlemen. But at the end of the day, real quick.
No, I don't even know what to say anymore because I don't even remember what I came up here for. I'll come up with the shit for the USAID. I'll send it to you again because I'm pretty sure I sent it to you already.
I would love to see that.
And yeah, I sent it to you. I thought we talked about it, but I don't think you fucking read half what I sent you.
Well, I get a lot of shit, but I'll read it. I just, to me, the lack of empathy Trump has had for even American citizens of what they're going. He don't come across as a guy that's going to make sure USAID is still receiving 80%. The way he treated Ukraine, the way he's treating immigrants. If what you produce is right, I'll come on the show and say it. I don't think you're ever going to come up with that. I just do not believe that's happening.
Ukraine is still getting help, and I think they're doing better than ever, as far as the news is telling us.
They ain't getting help like that from the United States. They are not getting help from the United States.
They're not getting a blank check, but they're getting what they need.
Trump,
and we
stopped
now than they ever did under Biden.
We punished literally every country on earth. Every country on earth, we did less for them once, even among the terrorists and all of that. Every country on earth got less from us and more rhetoric and negativity from us under Trump. Every country on earth. We did, with the exception of some of the Middle Eastern countries he's made friends with now, but we treated everybody bad. I gotta go.
I think we were treating them good for so long that you can't even fucking say that sentence with a straight face because
different conversation.
Compared to how well they've been fucking, they've been treated before. Yeah, compared to that, of course, but It's not normal, Tim. We can't keep treating them fucking like kings when we're fucking starving at home.
Right, but we can die a reflective pool blue. I gotta go. Dencat, what did you say?
I wanted to say something, but I just noticed this angry patriot on Instagram says that only dumbass monkeys cry the way you do when I'm defending what the military goes through. So this guy,
He's a racist. Okay.
Yeah, he's a complete piece of shit. But I also wanted to say that that these guys that are trying to join the WNBA, these two MAGA former NBA players.
It's just sarcasm because, like I said, they got a rule: if you went through puberty as a boy, you can't be on the WNBA. So it's impossible.
Well, they signed up for the draft. I'm just saying, for MAGA people to be laughing and thinking that this is cool things, these are the same people that don't want men to be in women's sports.
They're happy to see that.
What an alpha you gotta be. What if they get admitted into the NBA? Then they're gonna just start beating up on women? That's gonna be fun for them?
They're having fun with the chaos, didn't cut. That's what it's all about, the chaos. I gotta go, but this is what we're dealing with. Thanks for your input, certainly on the military stuff. Catch you later.
All right, take care.
All right. Moving on with the program, if all the age, what does that say? Is all the age really got to what? I'm going to have to put on my spectacles because I can't read that. Coming from, I can't even pronounce the name either. It says if all the age really got to where it was supposed to go, all the aid, okay, if all the aid got to where it was really supposed to go, we wouldn't be having this conversation, but it doesn't. It goes to the regime. Yeah, we would still be having this conversation because there is no claim that the Ukrainians weren't benefiting with the aid we were sending them, and he cut that off too. Hey, look, saying that the USAID funding was going to regimes instead of the people was just an excuse to cut off what you wanted to do anyway. It wouldn't matter if the money was going to the people or going to the regime. We don't care about the people either. This is the same argument on many things that Trump has cut off. Just like when we were blowing up drug boats off the coast of Venezuela, it had nothing to do with fentanyl. It was about going after Venezuelan oil. Remember, the Iran thing was originally about saving protesters from being killed by the Ayatollah. You don't even hear Trump talking about protesters no more. We're using excuses that tug at your heartstrings that people might be able to get behind to do shit that people normally would not be okay with. You're not going to find Americans, even on the MAGA side of the aisle, on face value that are going to say, I support a war strictly over oil. So you tell them it's over something else, get them to okay it from that angle, and then go and take the oil. That's what's happening. So no, the USAID money was not going to the poor people, was going to the regime. That's something you can get behind. But the reality is we just want to cut them off. We don't want to send them shit. Wouldn't matter if the money was going to the people or the regime. MAGA's going to be happy with cutting it all off. Tap the screen, just another dumbass colored lazy fuck. Angry Patriot. I don't like to block, ban, or censor, but because you're adding nothing to the video, it is what it is. Like I said, I don't like to censor people, but he's not adding any political conversation at all. It's just monkeyed is race, just racist stuff. So, take the trolling to a different live stream. So I'll invite you to do that, but I had to block him for that sake. I don't mind a comment here or two, but if all your comments are just racist and nothing to do with politics, it is what it is. In the comments, Samsung, when does the Democratic Party concern themselves with people dying? Universal health care. Universal health care probably, when it comes to the poor, making sure poor people have health care would probably save more lives than anything else. Universal health care. So how about we start with that? I do believe the USAID is something that's really only favored by the left. That's another one. And there's a lot of things. Yeah, even the way the immigrants are being treated. You guys are currently deporting people back to zones that are dealing with civil war and famine and stuff. That ain't, there's a lot of areas. I just think the Democrat Party, at least right now, are more empathetic than the right is. Who knows, maybe what'll happen in the future under a different candidate, but the right is pretty much saying fuck everybody at this point. So it is what it is. I mean, you said concerned about people dying. I mean, I don't think the Democrat Party would have done what Trump did with the Venezuelan drug boats, just killed them. I mean, they may have, arrested them and brought them to justice, but I don't think they would have just killed them killed them at the high seas. In the comments, continuing on, our healthcare isn't going to get better. It's going to get worse no matter who's in office, Democrat or Republican. You can make the effort, though. I know for a fact that if you leave it the way it is, where the employers provide it, and you allow the employer to keep giving people less and less and charging them more and more for it, it absolutely is not going to get better. I would rather take the path of at least trying the universal side of it, trying to better that. We've had the employer-provided health care for several generations now, and it's just continued to get worse. So we have a lot more actual proof on that. Universal health care has only been around since Obama, and they've been chopping it to pieces. Employer-provided health care has been around all of our lives, and you can clearly see that's getting worse. So I'm going to be willing to try the universal more than I am the employer-provided. Not to mention, when you're out of a job, you have no health care in the employer-provided model. So, I mean, most people nowadays do not come out of high school or college and remain employed until they retire. People lose jobs, people get fired, people quit, people have downtime, people get laid off. Most Americans have these gaps where they're not insured. Under universal health care, those gaps wouldn't exist. Why do they all have to come here? Why must we accept every single culture from all over the world, says Kim Smith? They don't all come here. They don't all come here. Most of the people coming to America are people that live close to America. You don't have they're just, Europeans are not coming here in droves. I mean, there's a lot of countries throughout Asia that are not coming here in droves. There's a lot of countries throughout Africa that are not coming here in droves. It's Hispanics, people who can get here. Those people are going to other countries. I mean, so America is not the only country on earth that has a immigration issue. Look, if you're living like shit and your neighbor has something, you're going to go knock on your neighbor's door. That's what they're doing. Not to mention, it is kind of weird for America to be saying everybody don't need to come here when we're actively going everywhere else. I mean, Trump is on TV talking about we're going to own Greenland. We're going to invade Cuba. We invaded Venezuela. I mean, he's talking about the Panama Canal and shit. Now he's saying he's going to make the Strait of Hormuz an American territory. But we're complaining about people coming here. It's okay for us to go everywhere and take over shit all over the place. But if somebody want to come here, they're wrong. I'm just simply saying you gotta see it both ways. We are in everybody else's business, but we don't want them to come here. In the comments, tap the screen, get us up to 50,000. Trump is an idiot, says Todd. Yikes. What Obama provided wasn't close to universal health care. It served, yeah, I agree with that, but it was closer than anything we've ever had. Obama did want to provide genuine universal health care. He gave you as much as he could give for the resistance he was getting. If it was left up to Obama, healthcare would. If you dial 911, the police must respond. Doesn't matter what your income is. If it was left up to Obama, that's the kind of healthcare he would have provided. But he can't do it on his own. Handsome Conservative says you always need to see the evidence. What in the world are we talking about? I don't remember, but I don't see anything wrong with asking for evidence if somebody's making a wild claim, like Magari X claims that USAID is still getting 80% of the proceeds. I don't believe he's going to be able to prove that. I just do not believe that's going to happen. All the money that you fight for going to USAID would fund our health care. I don't give any credibility to anybody talking about, we don't have money for shit. All of a sudden, Trump becomes president. He wants to dye the reflective pool blue. He wants to fly around a Qatar jet from, this jet from Qatar and $400 million of our tax money. He wants a tribunal arch. He's fighting, even as we speak, still to put his name on the Kennedy Memorial. Not once have I heard MAGA say we can't pay for all that stuff. He's even using our money to fight the lawsuit he lost to E. Jean Carroll. We're paying for him to fight that. But when it comes to poor people stuff, entitlements for Lord, where we never have any money for that. No one. Just think about how much money, how many triple-digit millions Trump has spent on pet projects that are solely for himself. I got a damn fly flying around here, but this stuff is solely for him. This stuff is not benefiting anybody else. This tribunal arch and how many Americans are benefit by the reflective pool? How many Americans does that benefit? Considering it's cost $20 million to do that. How many Americans benefit from the ballroom? How many Americans benefit from the refurbishing of the Qatar jet? So the point I'm making is, it only seems to be when we're talking about stuff for poor people that the right comes up and says we can't afford that or that's too much. But meanwhile, Trump is coming up with all these pet projects that's really only benefit him, and the right ain't saying nothing about that at all. So don't be a socialist and give our money away, our tax money away to poor people. We'd rather you give it all to Trump and let him spend it on himself. That doesn't make sense to me, because that's exactly what is happening. He is taking money and just spending it solely on himself, and you guys seem to be okay with that. I don't hear MAGA complaining about that. All of these projects, he didn't campaign on doing any of this shit. He's suddenly finding tens of millions of dollars of money to spend on stuff that just makes him happy, makes his surroundings happy, and you're not saying anything about it. But USAID, that's wrong. People who are literally near death from starvation and shit, that's wrong. But him dying pools, blue and shit, we really needed that pool. That makes DC look nice. You're not even fucking going to DC. I don't get it. I'm good with 5%, but I want to know where my 5% goes. I guess I don't hear MAGA complaining about Trump spending money at all. Now he's getting a new Air Force Marine One helicopter. That's another thing he's getting new. Just upgrading his surroundings all over the place, finding money to do all of this stuff. No complaints at all. He didn't campaign on spending all that money on himself. Well, it is nice to have a new Air Force One. It is nice to have a tribunal arch. Well, it is nice for a kid to have a little bit of health care or a little bit of free lunch when they go to school. What about the average person? Is it only nice when our tax money go to him? That's what I'm hearing. We need to tax the fucking billionaires more. Tax. We need to tax the fucking billionaires more. They can afford it, and they shouldn't have more tax breaks than the middle class average work in America. Well, true, I don't disagree with it, but the right does. I did 20 plus years in the Army, so I understand the need for R&R even during deployments. I started to come up and debate MAGA reacts with you, but I wouldn't characteristically cut them out. Well, I'm not military and I never claimed to be, but I do believe there's three things that help the morale. One being having good meals. Two being, as he's pointing out, a little bit of rest and relaxation. Every now and then go to a port. You can put your feet on dry land, be able to have a beer, be able to hang out and talk to the friends. You see Top Gun when they're in a bar and they're singing Great Balls of Fire with him and Goose. Just be able to, to chill for a while. Just be able to chill for a few days and get some downtime. And then, of course, number three being, and actually kind of knowing when you're going to go home. Kind of having a date out there. They didn't have any of that. They weren't eating good food because they were rationing it out for a short period of time. So they weren't eating good. They were getting zero R&R, and they have no clue when they're going home. You can only imagine morale had to be terrible on that ship. And really the only defense for what was going on is what MAGA Reacts brought up. Well, it's happened in the past during wartime, or it's happened over here, it's happened over. That ain't got nothing to do with what they going through. That provides no solace at all to what they're going through. But that's really the only defense for it. Trump administration looks pretty bad in that. This was avoidable. This didn't have to happen. Looking in the comments, when was the last time they did what did I say? When was the last time they did a budget and told us what they did with our taxes, everything? Well, you're never going to get that because they'll say a lot of the stuff is classified. You're never going to get a complete one. But Trump is kind of out in the open with the fact that he's spending taxpayer money on himself. He put a bunch of plaques in the White House, all trimmed in gold of all the presidents. And he posted under there basically his own opinion of each president. So he put under Joe Biden's plaque, Sleepy Joe. He talked about Barack Hussein Obama. And then he made himself sound great. Us taxpayers paid for that. It's like a whole hallway full of presidential portraits trimmed in gold with his opinion of each one of them under there. And the taxpayers paid for that. I'm sure it didn't cost a lot of money in terms of our budget, but that money I bet you that money that was paid to do that, 6 figures probably at least, maybe 7. That money could have went to something else that would have helped a lot of people out. It's just crazy how he's spending money on himself and unnecessary stuff. He also had some of the statues in D.C. painted in 24 gold-plated, something like that. Totally on that, millions of dollars. Now that cost, I think, either 5 or 20 million. I heard from it. Just unnecessary. Just spending our money on projects that make his surroundings better. Why not go fix a road or a bridge with that shit? I mean, there's all kinds of other stuff that can help out significantly more people than just himself. But MAGA, not saying a word about that. They only say something when the money is going to help out, the poor person or the mom with children or the mom that is using her EBT cards to buy soda. But now that's wrong. We can't have that. I don't get it. What is it in the comments here? Or go back to the box. Tap the screen. We asked for 50. I think we're there. We'll go to, what did I say? Portia Mack. Good evening. What happened in the White House is the responsibility of the White House and current president. He repaired all the broken ponds in D.C. Hold on a second, Portia. It says, what happened in the White House is the responsibility of the White House. True. And the current president. That is true. He repaired all the broken ponds in D.C. He cares and respects our history. How did this get propelled to the top? Out of all the shit going wrong in this country, all the people suffering, how does that get propelled to the top? That's the point I'm making. There's a lot of other things that could have helped out a lot more people than gold statues and ponds. That's crazy that you're defending that as being at the top. That doesn't make sense. Our caller dropped. MAGA don't care. They are focused on 10 trans people. Yeah, that is true. Come on, Tim. You go play ball at Obama's court at the White House. What Obama did with a basketball court, converted a tennis court into a basketball court, compared to a whole fucking ballroom, $400 million plane. These things ain't even in the same universe. I mean, that's like me paying somebody to cut my lawn and you're trying to compare that to you building a whole fucking house from scratch. I mean, it's not even in the same universe. Converting a tennis court, which is already a flat surface, to a basketball court, what are you doing? You changing the lines that are painted on it and putting in 2 courts? I mean, wow, you really digging to come up with that one, huh? Jesus Christ. No such thing as trans people. You have men and you have women that like to dress as well. Okay, you don't agree with trans. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, so I didn't see Tanaj, I didn't see that, but I'll ask how many troops have committed on the last since the year. What did you say? Why are all these things coming up? You before, Tanaj. I don't see the comment. You asked how many troops committed suicide from Iraq. We did ask that. I don't see your other statement. You're saying you did. I don't see that in there. I'm looking back. I don't see where you sent that. You say the right cares about taxing the wealthy. I think you would be like, dang, I don't want to be taxed more as well, says Ruben. I don't know about that. I don't agree with that. I don't think every wealthy person is as greedy like that. I do agree with you. There are plenty of wealthy people that don't want to be taxed more. But I do also believe that there are plenty of wealthy people that do realize that they're getting over. All you got to do is compare the wealthy people of today to the wealthy people of the 60s and 70s. The people in the 60s and 70s got taxed a whole lot more than they do today. And they still had no problem creating jobs and industry and inventions. They still did it. It's just that they've been able to continue to lobby and get the laws more and more in their favor. But the shit was, they actually did get taxed a lot more during the Kennedy era and stuff like that. So I do believe there are plenty of Warren Buffetts or like Jeff Bezos' ex-wife or like Bill Gates. There are plenty of wealthy people that don't mind paying a little bit more. Some of them do realize they're getting over. All of them ain't just greedy, I want to own the world. They're not all like that. There are plenty of them that are, though, which is why the tax code is the way it is. But I don't think they're all like that. What did you say, Tanajo? I didn't see your. I'll ask anyway, but I don't see where you did that. He says, "Okay, I'm not going to ask Alexa. Ask you to humbly." Hey, I don't see where you sent that, so you keep saying that, but if you did, it didn't pop up. But I'll ask it anyway. Alexa? How many of our troops have committed suicide since the Iraq and Afghanistan war ended?
Since the Iraq War ended in 2011 and Afghanistan in 2021, the DoD reports 471 active duty suicides in 2024 and 531 in 2023, with veteran suicides still high at over 6,000 in 2023.
Alexa, stop. I can't speak on that because, I mean, is it that they came home and their wife divorced them because they were gone over? I mean, it could be, I mean, who knows why they done it? It certainly probably does have something to do with them serving in the military. Alexa, stop. It probably does have something to do with them serving in the military, but I mean, it could be a variety. I mean, you know, infidelity and cheating and divorce, all that stuff is high. Like these people that have been up at sea for 200 and some days, it's a good chance some of their spouses have left them. It's a good, I mean, that's a long time to be gone. It's a good chance some of their spouses have cheated on them or girlfriends have cheated on them. That's a long time to be gone. That could lead to folks, you know, coming home depressed and something bad happens. I mean, it's hard to say, but I mean, particularly the Iraq war has been over for a while. So, you know, what does it say that people have taken their lives since it's been over? I don't know. Why not speak on everything else you don't know? JD Tux, that's what you're here for. I couldn't believe the statues torn down in Richmond, Virginia, up in Monument Street. The statues were paid for by ex-slaves. Okay, I don't get where you guys are going with that. In the thanks, Tim. The number is 30,000. Alexa did not answer the question properly. The number is 30,000 and alive themselves since they took their own lives since the year. Like I said, it's hard to say though. I mean, anybody that served in one of those wars that takes their life is going to be counted in that number, even though it may have nothing to do with that number. Maybe, you know, you're in Afghanistan and a vet of the Afghan war. 2 years after you got home, you met some chick, you fell in love with her, and, you know, she slept with, you know, some other dude, and that caused you to feel like you had nothing left to live for. That has nothing to do with what you did in the war. It's just, I mean, who knows what reason that they're doing that. I don't know. I'm not saying that the wars may not have fucked them up mentally, though, but it's hard to really attribute that number, considering that some folks have been home for years. Things could have happened. I mean, a lot of these folks come home, they become police officers. Police officers take their lives at a high rate as well. So a lot of folks in the military come home and become police officers. That job alone has its own stresses. So you may have some cops that also served in that war that are attributed to that number that may have taken their life based on something that happened as a law enforcement officer. I mean, it just could go anywhere. I don't know. I'm told the smell of death will drive you kind of crazy, says Billy White. The idea of being at war, period, has got to permanently affect you. There's this guy, they call him the Reaper. He's an African-American sniper. He's all over the internet. You see him talking about, firearms and the number of kills he has and things like that. You got to assume turning a living human being into pink mist has got to have an effect on you. Certainly if you've done it several times. And he has. I mean, he has done that a bunch of times. You gotta assume that has some kind of effect on you. If anything, it certainly makes it so you're probably not adverse to killing in the future if that comes up. So I don't know, but MAGA gets mad when you clown on them for cutting grass. The great humanitarians of Qatar always give away $300 million free. Yeah, what Trump, I can't say any more than this. What Trump is doing is corrupt. And MAGA would see it. MAGA would absolutely agree that what the president is doing is corrupt if it was a Democrat president doing the same stuff. I get MAGA when it comes to entitlements and socialist programs, saying that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Yet somehow Qatar just gives this man a plane worth hundreds of millions of dollars and they don't say the same thing. Why would they just give him that? So obviously, yeah, to me, that shouldn't be legal. It just shouldn't be legal to take something of that significant era of value. It just shouldn't be. And then, of course, they're learning how to fly F-15s in Idaho a couple of months after Trump gets the jet. And nobody's supposed to connect that. That just supposed to, both of these things just happen naturally. Nobody's supposed to put those two things together. Look, I don't understand it. Trump actually is attacking our allies and befriending our adversaries. We want to talk about Abdul El Said in Michigan because he's a Muslim, or Mamdani, but we're totally ignoring Trump is making all sorts of Muslim friends now. The Saudis actually were responsible for September 11th. Trump is probably the friendliest Saudi president we've ever had, and certainly in our lifetime. I mean, he's really friendly with the Saudis. We're going after Mamdani and Abdul El Said, but we're going to ignore that. Crypto and all kinds of deals he's making with them. Go figure. I just think that Trump is doing a lot of stuff that MAGA would have a major, major issue with if it was not Trump doing it. But if Trump does it somehow, I don't even think when Trump went to North Korea and shook Kim Jong-un's hand, I don't think they would have been okay with that if Obama did it. I don't even think they would have thought that was a great thing to do. Took a letter from Kim Jong-un and it's private, nobody can read it. I don't think MAGA would have thought that was a great thing at all if Obama had done that or Biden had done that. So some of this stuff is just, and this is why I say MAGA votes for Trump, not the policies. Because Trump is doing things that, as a Fox News watcher, I've watched them for 20 plus years, I know they disagree with. I've seen them on Fox. I've seen Republicans disagree with a lot of shit Trump is doing when other people did it. But now when Trump does it, they're kind of turning a blind eye to it. So MAGA voted for him, not the policies. Democrats destroyed this country. Well, Tom, if Democrats destroyed the country, why is Trump saying we're in a golden age and we're doing better than we've ever done? He's saying the opposite of what you're saying. Hitler in Germany wanted to promote an all-German team to show that they were superior. Guess what? Jesse Owens, a black man, destroyed that, but got treated like shit in America. That is true. That is true. Because she's our president, he's picking it back up. She is our president. Who is she? As every other president before them, no president has shook the hand of North Korean leader except Trump. Yeah, and nothing came out of it. Just like no other president invited Vladimir Putin to this country until Trump, and nothing came out of it. I mean, he's doing all this stuff. We're giving him credit. Well, at least he's trying this. And It doesn't matter. Okay, just like with the Iran war. Everybody else said Iran can't develop a nuclear bomb, but Trump came along and he's actually doing something about it. But nothing's coming out of it. Just doing something that nobody else has done is not something to brag about if nothing positive comes out of it. He flew Vladimir Putin over here, got a flyover, red carpet in Alaska, all of that. The war didn't end. And in fact, now the suggestion is that the Russians are helping the Iranians. Okay? Nothing came out of that meeting with Putin. Nothing. He put Putin on the presidential limo on the beast and all of that. Nothing came out of it. Same thing with Kim Jong-un. There's rumors that Kim Jong-un is helping Iran. We know they helped Russia. Nothing came out of him meeting with Kim Jong-un. Nothing of significance. At best, we can say, well, maybe he stopped testing missiles for about 6 months. Nothing came out of it. Trump came into office as a billionaire. All the other presidents came into office. They didn't match that much money. They left as millionaires. I wonder why. Trump is leaving office significantly wealthier too, Tom. I don't know what Trump came into office making, because he claimed he made a lot more money than people believe he did. But I feel confident if you want to point out politicians, the Nancy Pelosi's, the Marjorie Taylor Greens coming in office and leaving significantly wealthier, Trump absolutely will be in that number. Trump absolutely is going to make a lot. He's making a lot more money than he was. Just like America lost $200 billion in high prices, but Trump in 2025 had a made $2.2 billion in 1 year. I don't know how to explain that one either. Grumpy Grandma. I don't know what's going on with the bringing up callers. No war with North Korea is what you're mad about. We didn't have a war with North Korea before Trump became president. We didn't have a war with North Korea when Biden was president. We were not at risk of having a war with North Korea. You're trying to tell me Trump going over there and shaking hands with Kim Jong-un stopped us from going to war with North Korea? Then why didn't he go shake hands with the Ayatollah? That doesn't make any sense. We were not about to go to war with North Korea. And Trump meeting with Kim Jong-un did not stop that. You try to give him credit that he absolutely didn't earn on that. Your opinion doesn't. Advent is talking to somebody in the comments. Real quick, he made more money while in office than any other president. Matter of fact, gross more money than any. Yeah, Trump is making a killing. Look, now the right is going to say he earned the money or whatever. Trump is making a killing while in office. He is making a lot of money. And I don't think, I mean, you got a lot of folks on the right that are admitting that. They just believe that he's doing a good job for America, so they're okay with it. But yeah, Trump's making a killing while president. Anyhow, folks, you guys are a little lazy on the tapping and all that other bullshit. So we'll wrap it up here. Trump is a shit dad, shit husband, shit eater, shit friend, shit Christian, shit boss, shit at everything. But MAGA thinks he changed for them. Comments. God. Holy shit. Oh, my Lord. Anyway. You guys have a wonderful Saturday evening. He made more money while in office than he. I saw that. They are lying about doing a good job for America. Well, they believe the border security, turning around the illegal immigrants, turning around the legal immigrants, limiting the progression of the LGBTQ community, particularly trans. They believe all of that's doing good for America. Maybe limiting some of the history that you hear about the African American community that they believe is maybe dividing up students. You know, they don't want the students to know about the horrors of the past. Maybe they think that's bad for the kids to learn about. That stuff they do view as doing good for America. So MAGA believes Trump is doing a really good job. Bamaland, thank you for the TikTok cap. Remember what I said. MAGA did not vote for Trump for the policies. They voted for Trump, the man. So whatever Trump is doing is good as long as he is president. Even if he tells you, I'm going to do this today and decide to do that tomorrow, they're going to say, when he was running on this, they like Trump. When he switches over to that, they're going to say that needed to be done. They're voting for Trump, the man, not the policies, because his policies have made a 180-degree change in many areas, and they've made the change with him. Remember, he was campaigning on no new wars. They agreed we need a president that's going to stop getting us in wars. Now that he's became president and he's attacked a host of countries, they've switched and said those countries needed to be attacked. They're going to follow him wherever he goes. So they're voting for the man, not the policies. Whatever policy he says we need to do, okay, that's fine. We like that policy. But if he changes tomorrow, then we're going to change with him. It's as simple as that. So they're voting for the man. They're not voting for the policies. Trump and his administration are beyond corrupt, says New Yorican. Wow. In the comments here before I wrap it up, only 2.3 billion less than, Don't know what that means. He doesn't have any policies, says Arnita. Yeah, he does. He's just doing them by himself. He didn't have to do this. He has Congress. So if Trump wanted to go to war with Iran, there's a really good chance Congress would have gave him approval to do that anyway. If he wanted to implement tough policies on immigrants, or he wanted money for the Qatar jet, he wanted Congress to allocate money for the reflective pool or money for the golden statues, Congress would have gave him all of that. I mean, he has Congress that is, for the most part, loaded with loyalists. He didn't need to do this stuff by executive order. He could have got they're not called policies because he's done it all by executive order, but he could have done it via policy. Congress would have let him do this stuff. So I don't know why he didn't do it. Thank you, handsome conservative. Appreciate the subs. Appreciate that. And I'll certainly add that video. I did make one video, but I'll make the video for the subs as well. Good suggestion, handsome conservative. It's your boy, Tim, the handsome liberal. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Y'all take care. I am out. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday.